What's the latest, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome to the In the Paint Show presented by Ballislife. Devin and Ugland and Ronnie Flores here to break down the NBA draft with you guys, kind of as the picks go on. Ronnie, one of the main themes of this draft, man, and something that you and I have covered for a long time, LaMelo Ball, Onyeka Okongwu, Chino Hills guys. That we have seen.
Yeah. You know, those guys are great and they have a chance to do something really special here. You know, we'll see how high they go. I think Melo's the most polarizing player in this draft in terms, you know, some people are saying, oh man, you know, his interviews didn't go too well. Oh, he's going to be a bust. Oh, other people are saying he's a great lead guard at 6'7". So it's going to be a great show. We're going to enjoy ourselves very, very much and just see where those two guys land. I mean, me and you're not surprised Onyeka is going to go very high in this draft. What's your take there, Devin?
Yeah, I like that point, Ronnie. Real solid stuff from Melo.
Hang with us, guys. We're going to get our audio just right here, and we'll get the show rolling. We'll have a guest here in about 10 minutes.
The stream got cut off. Ask your guy if no, it's fine. He can come in at 4.
Let's just let him come in at 4 at this point. He'll hang. We'll just talk. I'll just tell him to hang.
I've been obsessed with belts for a long time. I wear a belt every day, and there was like 3.
TV's too loud, or whatever that is. Way too loud.
I took it off. All right, I think we're back. Let me double check with someone who's watching, Ronnie, and be able to know if we're back or not.
Okay. Well, we're going. We got some time. The draft's not for an hour and a half, so we're good. We're gonna get some guests. Some guests on here and, finish your point about Melo. Like I said,
yeah.
He's been playing in, let's be honest, bullshit games for 2 years.
Yeah. Little technical difficulties there, but we're back in the Paint Show with Ron and Dev, special NBA draft edition. I think we're good to go. With Melo, Ronnie, the point we were making was, when is the last time that Melo has been in a game where all the marbles were on the line? Talent is there, size is there, skill set's there. Passing ability, all those great things are there, but the question mark is, and I think what the question mark that all NBA franchises have who are considering drafting him is can he win at that NBA level? Can he win at the NBA level? We'll see.
That's a lot to put on him. You're going to give the young man a lot of money. Franchises are all worth billions, $1 billion at least. And like you said, you're putting a lot on him. He's the most polarizing player in this draft. I mean, you obviously know he can, quote unquote, move product. People are going to want to see him.
Oh no.
So they're going to be very into him, or they're going to drop on him like a hammer.
Oh, for sure. He's box office. He's been box office since his freshman year at Chino Hills when they went 35-0 and won a state title. Remember, we used to go to games and have to get there 2 hours early to get in the door.
Yeah. And like a long time ago, but yeah, a lot has happened since then. So, I mean, talk a little bit about that, Dev. You broke down his film. He was 5'10" there, shooting over his head. Didn't know how to shoot really because he's shooting threes too much. But he's kind of cleaned that up. What do you see on film? What have you seen lately? In your breakdowns?
Yeah, I think in my opinion, he's the most talented player in this draft, and I don't think there's a whole lot of people who can question that. I think Anthony Edwards is probably the safest pick as far as body of work, skill set, and how it translates, body type. He played a full year, kind of, it's shortened by COVID a little bit, but played a full year at Georgia against top SEC competition. So he has that experience.
Yeah.
And but talent wise, I don't think there's anyone more talented or with more upside than Melo. He's adjusted his shot. Obviously, Ronnie, if you and our listeners, if you guys go back and check out his film from when they were QJZ AAU team. I mean, he was shooting the ball like over his head like this, right? And, kind of leaking out. But, I mean, as far as ball handling, passing, feel for the game, P&R, 6'7" point guard, you really can't build a player as good as you can build him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's got that natural ability that you can't build. So for me, Ronnie, Melo's the number one pick in the draft as far as talent goes, but I think teams will be hesitant to make that number one pick.
Yeah, I don't think any team has the balls to take him number one.
I hope someone has the balls taken over. That'd be awesome to see someone have the balls to take him number one.
Wiseman, you got Edwards. We're going to talk a lot about those guys, but let's just talk about the ramifications when we bring on our first guest here of having potentially after tonight 3 pros.
Yep.
In essence, from one team. So you like you said, Lonzo already went as the second pick in the 2017 draft to the Lakers. We see how that played out, and Lonzo is in the league. He's solid. We don't know where he's going to end up. The finish line is not there for him yet in terms of, is he going to be an NBA All-Star? Is he going to be an average starter? Or is he going to be just a role player down the line?
Yeah.
Is he going to be a role player on a good team? So, no team has ever had 3 lottery picks ever in high school basketball. That's just amazing considering they're public school. So when you crunch the numbers, I spent a little bit of time the last week looking at that. I got some help from some guys, and they added a few guys just late to the Ballislife story on ballislife.com. You got 40 teams now with 3 players on one high school roster. They had to play on the roster, and they've had to play in an NBA game. No G League, no, he was in the practice squad or he was on the summer league team. In a regulation NBA game. And then when you take away the independent academies, Devin, when you take away Oak Hill, Montverde, and Finley's not even around no more as a program, that number all of a sudden goes down to 26 teams. So that you're scraping off, shaving off about 14 teams from just those 3 programs. And then when you go and look at the public schools, now you're down to 17. So they're one of those 17 public schools. And they've never had, nobody's ever had 3 lottery picks, regardless of their affiliation or if they're independent or if they're, so that's just a great story in itself. And they may not be done. I mean, Eli Scott, we've had him on there in the Paint Show. Yep. He's at LMU. Maybe he gets a crack. Maybe he gets a cup of coffee. Cam Shelton's at Northern Arizona.
Yep.
You just never know.
You never know,
Andre Ball's at Pepperdine. He never really even showed all he can do in high school.
I mean, he got hurt again in college, unfortunately, which, he hasn't had a full season, Ronnie, since when? His sophomore year of high school?
Yeah, it seems like an eternity.
He's had shoulder injuries, lower leg injuries, things like that have hampered his ability to reach his full potential. And as we've seen before with Andre, he has that NBA body, the NBA athleticism, but again, you got to have that time on the court to showcase, and get better. Something just popped up on my TV. When I look over to my right, everybody, I'm looking at my TV. Klay Thompson injured his right leg in a workout. And he's going to undergo some testing. That's breaking on ESPN. And if you guys are looking for a live stream of the NBA draft, this is not it. This is Ronnie and I bringing on tons of guests to talk about all the picks and breaking it down. I suggest you pop your TV on while you listen to us as well. Ronnie, our first guest will probably be here shortly. Junior Burrough of Oak Hill Academy and played at the University of Virginia. He was the 33rd pick in the 1995 NBA draft, and he played with 2 other NBA draft selections, Corey Alexander and Ben Davis. We're going to have a slew of questions for him as a guy who has experience, being what Big O, Lonzo, and Melo are going to do tonight.
Yeah, and plus we're trying to give guys a perspective of the guys that are waiting, maybe them guys that weren't in the green room back then. Obviously, everybody's at a private function or waiting at their home because of COVID this year, but we're trying to get some guests on this piece, show people what does it take to make it in the NBA. These guys are not number 1 picks. We're bringing on guys at a lot of mid first rounders, 18th pick, 22nd pick, high second round. What was their mindset? How did they make the team? Especially with this year, these guys are not going to have a full training camp. We're at November 18th. The season's getting started in 35 days? Yeah, the regular season.
December 22nd. It's wild. Right.
Yeah, that's 33 days, whatever it is. That's that's none like unprecedented to whatever these guys are going through in the years they've respectively got drafted. But
juniors in the waiting room. Let's bring them on.
Yeah, it's great to have that perspective of, like I said, guys that were trying to make the team and was in, finally made the team. So, that's great information. And we're here with our first guest, Devin. Why don't you introduce him?
Yeah, Junior, we got you, man. You on the line?
I am on the line. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How's it going? Everything good?
Everything's great. Everything's great.
We were talking just now about Big O, LaMelo Ball, and Lonzo Ball from Chino Hills all being NBA draft picks, and you were part of a trio like that back in the day from Oak Hill with Corey Alexander and Ben Davis. Just take us back to that, and did you really think or expect that you three guys would all be future NBA draft picks when you were at Oak Hill together?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. The first part, I have to be honest. No, it was a little bit more of a step-by-step thing. All of us were really trying to get that D1 scholarship scenario. Like everybody was trying, we come from different areas, Fort Pierce, Florida, and Ben Davis, Waynesboro, Virginia, and Corey Alexander. And of course, I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. So once we got together, we really came up, we really just tried, once we got to know each other and stuff, all our goals were just like, man, we really want to go to the schools we see on TV. We want to go to North Carolinas, the Kansas of the world, the blue bloods, so to speak, being from our areas, Virginia, Syracuse, whatever your list was, and just being the best version of yourself under Coach Smith at Oak Hill. And, he kept us grounded because there wasn't a lot of this internet and, Instagram and all these other things. So it's really easy to stay grounded about the things we thought were important for us, which is being the best basketball players, iron, sharpening iron at the time for myself and Ben. We had another couple of guards on that basketball team that helped Corey stay tight with Jason Gilliam at the time. So we had a really good, close team and a great group of guys playing basketball. So it was a really good unit to be around and definitely to get better and get ourselves ready for our freshman year in college.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Junior, take us back. This is 1996. You've already been in the NBA 1 year. Ben is an NBA prospect. He obviously sat out a year, so he got behind you guys in terms of his clock for the NBA because he was at Arizona after he transferred from Kansas. So he goes and he's picked in the 96 draft. What do you remember about that? And do you recall talking to Ben at all? Obviously, you were a young NBA player, and what do you recall? And thinking, man, me and Corey already made it. Now Ben's in the league. What did you think of that night or in that time frame in 1996?
Well, obviously, you're just happy for your brother. We stayed in contact with him a lot. After he transferred from Kansas, actually, we wanted him to come to Virginia with us.
Yeah.
So, everywhere that we've all went, we've always been the most positive supporters of each other. Because we had a common goals. And, now that you have an opportunity to change your life, change your family's dynamic, he wanted to get his mom out of some of the poverty stricken they were in. So to see him get drafted and to see him be able to, pay some of those things off and some of the worries and concerns myself and Corey had, weren't those worries anymore. Now it's about playing time, second contracts, being in the NBA, being veterans and getting ourselves together and, using this as a basketball career. Those were the things that I was really thinking about at the time. And I knew he was an NBA basketball player, once he got to college. Like, we didn't think about the NBA in high school, but once we got to the best conferences in the country, the Big 12 has always been one of the best. And of course, the ACC in our mind was the best conference in the country. And you start playing against other guys who have that same mindset and that same pro aspirations. You just want to be a part of that. And I think that's what really separated a lot of us from each other. And a lot of the guys that got an opportunity to play in the NBA.
Yeah, that's great. We glad you kept in contact and you guys are kind of close knit. And I know you guys had that fraternity there. So now we go back to 1995 and you went 4 slots after Corey, who was the last pick of the first round. How fired up were you guys for each other? Did you guys, what did you do on draft night? This is the night for obviously these 220 guys. And did you guys see each other that night? Obviously you were college teammates at Virginia. So what went down that night?
Don't withhold any details, man.
Oh, right. So it's funny you mentioned because at the time, Corey was coming off his second broken foot, if you remember correctly. So he was really working out for all these teams and everybody was really working out. Like we were flying all over the country, just trying to show and prove. It was a different concept and prospect apparatus back then. You know, you might go play 4 or 5 times with Corliss Williams and Theo Ratliff and Gary Trent. So we were all in Portland. Then you had all these different groups of power forwards and slash centers, New York, Houston, etc. So there was no real time. The day before the draft, I was flying back from New York to Charlotte to watch the draft because I was projected to go from 10 all the way down to the middle of the first round. So, you know, there's a lot of nerves in there, but you're not also talking to Corey because you're really just talking about how your workout went for Seattle in Corey State. How'd your workout go for New York? For me, you know, those kind of things. And then you got teams that draft and trade out of the first round, which is what kind of happened for me. The 2 teams that wanted me the most just kind of dropped out of the first round, and it kind of changed everything in regards to that. So, but it's happening right in front of you. Like, it's live time. Your agent is sitting there, and Andre Colonna, I was with ProServe at the time. And you just have so many mixed emotions because you just don't have a clue on that one GM, because everybody's saying the same thing, man. You got that one GM. That's all you need, that one GM. And that's really the case. Like, I went to 6 workouts and everybody said the same thing. Oh man, you're in shape. You're ready to go. You got a chance. We really see you playing here for us, whatever. And now you're just waiting on somebody to call you. And of course you heard a bunch of names that you thought you were better than. You heard a bunch of names of guys you thought you were better than. And, you know, there's a frustrating part of it, but you're also pulling for not only your college teammate, but one of your best friends. So it was a great dynamic to be around. Now I'm talking to you as a 47-year-old man, but at the time, man, it's like, it's a crazy, like anger, happy roller coaster, all of that, all in one. And when you finally hear your name called, it all goes away. Like, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm mad that I didn't go 12. I'm mad that I didn't go 15. I'm mad that I didn't go 21 to Phoenix. I'm mad. Everything's happening in Utah. All those places that told me if I was available, I go. And then I go somewhere. I get to the Boston Celtics, and everything kind of went away. Man, here's my opportunity. Here's my chance.
Yeah. Gotcha. Junior, do you remember what you were rocking on draft night? Can you give us a breakdown on that? Because nowadays you see a lot of you know, guys walking up with studded shoes and things like that.
Oh man,
give us your rundown.
Well, see, at that time, I once they gave me that projection of between 10, and I didn't go to the draft. You know, I was at home. A lot of us were at home that year. So I mean, but yeah, I would have been on that wild Jalen Rose, you know, all that stuff. We were all on that. You know, we were all trying to show it, like, you know, a little fashion sense. Oh yeah, loud colors makes you look more festive for the occasion, right? But now I love it. When I watch the NFL draft and I watch the NBA draft, I love when the guys show their personality with their clothes and stuff, you know, because that'll be the first and last time you really get a chance to see a guy in a suit or see a guy give you something, a quiet showpiece for his fashion or whatever he is, because now it's a business. I mean, that's the reality of what you're seeing. You're seeing a guy in his business apparel, and he's going to have an opportunity here to shake the commissioner's hand. At that time, it was David Stern for us. And that's what you really want. And that's the dream, because now your life is changing. You're not just a millionaire or a projected millionaire. Your whole life is going to change because a lot of things and a lot of responsibility comes with that money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Junior, that's some good points there in terms of some background. Now, for these guys, like you said, they didn't have the workout, maybe as many workouts as you guys did. They weren't flying across the country because of what's going on with the pandemic now, but they're sitting at home in quarantine. And you know, and there are a lot of guys who'd like to hear their name called around where you did and Corey in the second round. You know, can you give us a little idea of what they're probably thinking or going through, like right at this second, like an hour before?
Right. So there's a lot of agent stuff going on. I know you guys are, you know, we're doing the show, but I know you're seeing that little stuff going on at the bottom of that TV where there are trades here and there's all this stuff that's going on. And there are multiple people, because your life changes. Like when Al Horford going to OKC changes the dynamic of what Philadelphia may or may not draft. Mm-hmm. So now I'm available to Philly as a power forward to back up Embiid or whatever the case may be. If I'm just talking about myself, as opposed to if they had Al Horford, now clearly they're looking for a backup point guard to a backup wing. And it changes everything off these simple trades, because that's what it is. And it's a lot of money involved in that, but it's also the dynamic. Okay, I stay on the East Coast. I'm from the East Coast. I'm in Atlanta now. That's close to home. I'm in Charlotte, you know, I'm in Miami. I'm in a tax-free bracket. All of these things are running through your head. It is the wildest, most exciting time for somebody who doesn't understand and how to prepare for hearing your name called, which is the smallest part of it all. If you go 9 and then you get traded, you know, I always go back to the Vince Carter, Antoine Jameson situation. Like how exciting is it to be drafted and then 10 to 15 minutes later be traded from that team? You think you're going to Golden State, you'll think you're going to Toronto, and then they switch. Like all of those things are happening all over the place because the business side of it kind of takes effect. So yeah, all of that stuff is really, really important, but it's just exciting, man. And you know, I wish all of them to have it. If you can really sit down and experience it, you'll be just as happy. You'll just be as happy as everybody else.
Yeah. Junior, do you remember the teams you worked out for? All the teams, or do you not remember all the teams?
Yes, because the workouts were crazy. So I went to
tell us about those. Tell us about those.
Right.
Did you have any matchups against dudes during those workouts that, you know, you guys went head to head?
Yes. So myself, Theo Ratliff, and Corliss Williamson were all in New York. And they at that time they were in the middle of the first round. And I don't want to preempt the story, but they end up trading out of the first round. Right. So that kind of changed everything. But I mean, I'm going to some of these workouts in these power fours, and man, we are one-on-one on the block on the right side, one-on-one on the left block. Yeah. You're going for 45 minutes. You're having yourself you're trying to show them that you're the best power forward in the country. Yeah. You're trying to show them that you're available for this. And it's really important for you to be the best guy after you've gone to the weight room, some type of conditioning. It's according to where you go. And then I go to Houston and we go out to dinner. And I meet Charles Barkley, I meet Kareem, I meet Olajuwon, I meet Sam Cassell, who I've known for years. And all we do is sit around and talk, and we go play pickup basketball because it's the summer. And I just played pickup basketball with Robert Ory and a couple of those guys. We didn't do anything crazy. We played, we ran around. I played every game because, of course, at that time, I'm in great shape. But at the whole time I'm thinking that somebody's filming this. So I'm playing even harder than I would normally go. And I was just trying to show everybody I belong. And then we went to dinner. They took me back to the hotel. And then I flew out the next morning and I went to the Pacers. And of course, at that time they had the Davis brothers and we just worked out individually. I didn't have a chance to play against anybody. But the workouts were 45 minutes of lifting weights, of conditioning, of running sprints up hills and everything else. And I think they were just really trying to see, you know, just where you were. And then of course you have the meeting, the conversations, and then you have the quick talk as you ride back to the airport. My agent was very smart about how many workouts you'll do in a day. I've heard of guys doing 2 in a day, but when there were multiple guys at places, those are the ones I wanted to go to. I wanted to go to the Ed O'Bannon workout, right? I wanted to go to the Theo Ratliff workout. I wanted to go to anywhere that there was a power forward or that was somebody close that they said was just as good as me or better. Jason Caffey at the time. Sure. But the younger guys, the Rasheed Wallaces, the Kevin Garnetts, and all those guys, they didn't go to those workouts. You know, they were doing individual workouts at the time, but I was on the list just for those guys to have those workouts. So I really just did whatever my agent decided for me to do. But I always wanted to go somewhere where there was somebody that they said was comparable to me, and I could give me an opportunity to show that I was better.
Got you. Let's be honest here. Let's put you on the spot a little bit. Did you think you were better than the big nasty Joe Smith? You played Joe Smith at least twice that senior year.
Right.
Some of the guys did you feel you were better? Because when I looked at that draft, and this is me looking back from what I knew, and I didn't know that much at that age.
Right.
But were you better? I didn't think Joe Smith should have been the first pick. That's just being honest. I thought it should have been Stack or Rasheed or even Kevin Garnett.
Come on, man. You're going revisionist history on us? Come on, man.
Listen, that's just being honest. I saw those teams a lot because like you said, you guys were very similar.
Right.
So
I love that list. You're 100% correct. Of course I thought I was better. I mean, like if I sat down with Corliss and those guys right now, we all had those conversations with each other. I mean, sure. It's one thing to be competitive. It's another thing to be, jealous or whatever the case may be. Yeah. Like I wanted to compete against the best. I thought I was in the best conference. I played against Rasheed Wallace twice. I played against him 4 or 5 times. My numbers, you can look them up yourself. Like you couldn't tell me I wasn't a pro playing against another pro, right? So that's what it was really about. So of course, when he went third, and McDyess, who we played against Alabama, he went second, and then of course Joe Smith going first. Of course, I thought they were taking guys that I thought I was just as good or better. But at that time, it's still the same way. They look at the potential, the potential of this guy, where he may or may not go, as opposed to what he is now. And of course, I was a young senior, but I was still a senior. And so they already think your potential is kind of topped out. to whatever level you are. But I felt like they were wrong. But you have to get over that because it's a business. And to be honest with you guys, I don't think I did. Like, it took a long time, even middle of my rookie season, to kind of find and I was playing well at the time, but it's just kind of find your own way. Like, you got to find your niche for the team you with.
Comparing yourself to other guys.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter now. I mean, I'm friends with, I can't remember. I'm thinking, like, even all those guys, when we see each other now, because we all have kids, and then, we go to Nike camps and stuff like this. I'll run into a Gary Trent because of Gary Trent Jr. I'll run into Ed O'Bannon and those guys, Charles O'Bannon, and all those guys that kind of came out around my time. Of course, I thought I was better. I mean, they thought they were good too. Sure. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You have the pedigree. You went, the ACC was, in my opinion, was always the best conference. And like you said, you watched the games. And I felt like I was just as dominant at the time as any of those other guys. But I think it changes what you really think you are once you hear your name. Like, you just now you're on another level. You're out there with grown men and everything like that. But it's just the most important part of it. But at that time, I definitely felt like I was slighted a lot about it.
So you're with like you said, you get drafted by the Celtics. That's an iconic franchise. But then it's like, oh shit, I'm with the Celtics.
Right.
And Reggie Lewis had just died. They were in rebuilding mode. So take us through that experience, the training camp, and then just that season. Because again, as a young kid, you're saying the Celtics, but that wasn't the Celtics you were watching as a young kid.
No. Now, Larry, at that time, Larry Bird was the head scout, right? So you have Larry Bird in your practice every day. You have Bill Russell walking around. You have Page. You have Paul Salas. You have Bob Cousy coming to your practice. John Havlicek and all those guys are coming to your practices. And Danny Ainge at the time wasn't working in the NBA at all. He was just kind of around. And the first thing I thought about JoJo White, like, these guys still live in Boston? Like, I didn't know that they, like, this is a family situation. Red Auerbach was still alive. I could not believe how they really focused in on the youth and the building process of where we were going. ML Carr was our coach. I didn't think he was the right coach for me. I don't know any other way to say it.
Sure.
I don't want to be mean, but I just don't feel like he was the guy for us. I had Dennis Johnson on my staff. Dennis was great, a great mentor for us guys to have around a former Celtic on the staff. Those things were great. But the overall business side of it, that they were rebuilding, and even my year where they drafted Eric Williams in the first round, we still had Rick Fox. We still had a couple of guys that could really play D. Brown and Dino Raja, but there were so many guys trying to find their way through this whole process at the time that we missed the ball, because everybody at that time is, okay, who's the next pick? Because if you remember, you guys, that ML Carr was the coach, the general manager, and the president of basketball operations. Wow. And when you wear those, and we all know now that you can't be all three. Like, no, there isn't a scenario outside of Bill Belichick where you can be any comparable scenario where you could be good at all three. And I think he really dropped the ball on trying to be all three of those things. And you couldn't go talk to anybody. You had to talk. You're talking to the coach, the general manager, and the president about the coach's job performance, about an opportunity to play. When he subs you out, you're thinking about the business side of it. You don't get your bonuses. You got a bunch of older guys who are telling you the real facts about what's really happening and why you're not playing as much as you should be playing. You go from averaging almost 25 minutes a game to now you haven't played in a month, and you can't go to anyone because he's everybody. He holds all the hats. So you find yourself getting into that little mode. But then the best part of it is that you understand that basketball, the ball finds the best players. When you get an opportunity to play, you do the things you're supposed to do. You had good veterans, Sherman Douglas, Purvis Ellison, Rick Fox, David Wesley at the time that you could turn to. And all of them said the same thing. Just keep your head down and grind out. Just keep grinding and you'll have an opportunity. Todd Day as well. You just keep grinding, you keep playing, and you'll have your opportunities. It'll keep happening. And that's really what happened. That's why I started averaging all those points and rebounds at the end of that year. That's why I got an opportunity to play again there. And it was a great window for me. I just know it didn't turn out as well as I wanted it to be because it wasn't the kind of experience that I thought it was going to be just on the business side of everything.
Sure. Now, go ahead, Devin, jump in there.
Okay. Yeah, Junior, take us back, with, like you said, those savvy veterans that you're talking about. what kinds of things can these draft prospects expect to hear from the veterans on the squads that they're going to be joining? What kind of things did, David Wesley or Rick Fox or Purvis Ellison, what did they tell you and how did they try and mentor you?
Well, the first things first. So in 1995, there was a strike. So, so we got a chance to come up there. My agent was like, listen, let's get you up there. Let's get going. And some of the veterans are around. So even though we couldn't work out at the facility, Rick Fox, David Wesley, D. Brown, and all those guys were still living in the area, and they were playing in the summer league. Now, I was very lucky because Dennis Wolf was the head coach at Boston University, and he was my assistant coach at University of Virginia. So he had been 2 years into that head coaching job. So I always had somewhere to work out. He helped me find out where to live, where should I go, close to Brandeis University. So I was kind of really comfortable about what I was supposed to be doing, not to mention the 4 UVA Wahoos that played for the Patriots. Chris Slade and those guys. Preseason, right? I had a preseason. I'm sorry. I had a great preseason working out with those guys and just being around them, playing summer league in Boston. So I was just trying to get myself acclimated to the process of what I was going to be doing and what you have to do. And the veterans that were there was like the most important thing that you can do is be ready to go when we start our tour days, because it's going to be a grind. So I was more nervous about, am I ready? So I had already started dieting. I had already started doing sprint work and everything and getting myself into the best shape that I'd ever been in, because now it's my job. By the time training camp came, man, I was probably one of the few people that was able to play big minutes in preseason because I was in the best shape of my life already, because I took heed to what everybody was saying. Like Rick Fox, at that point in time, he was already a veteran. He was the veteran that you went to and talked to about those kind of things, but he was already in shape. He was already using that time off and he was more relaxing. But man, he showed up at the gym, he got his shots up, and he walked out of the gym. He stayed there for an hour of getting shots up. Some guys would come in and run for an hour. So all of the small details of the things that I know is going to happen for that first 15 to 16 guys, you have to be careful in what team you go to, because the Minnesota Timberwolves are the first pick of the draft. But, over these last couple of years, they've shown a tendency to kind of lose that superstar, player. Like Karl Anthony Towns has been fantastic, but they wasn't able to get what they wanted out of Andrew Wiggins, right? They weren't able to get what they wanted out of Jimmy Butler trade. They've lost a couple of picks here lately. So there's something going on there, to your point about having veterans around, because most of the league doesn't have a lot of veterans. Sure. You have to be really careful and diligent that it's not just your coach and your coaching staff. This is about the players around. Who's going to embrace LaMelo Ball, for example, if they draft him? Who's going to embrace Anthony Edwards or James Wiseman, whoever goes first? Because that's very, very important on how long and what kind of kids you're going to get, when the season starts, because it's going to start earlier than you think. Yeah. You look now, is there's no summer league. You draft, and then now we're going right into veteran training camp immediately. And your first game is going to be serious, and all of this, everything that's going to be happening is going to be a little bit more seriously based. If I can come up with a phrase right there, everything is going to happen quickly, right? So it's going to happen as soon as possible, as soon as you get that thing. So everything is going to be that serious, because I believe, guys, and I don't know how you feel, and I can't wait to hear your response to that. This is going to be one of those drafts where more teams make more mistakes based on the fact that you couldn't go see a kid play. You have to take the word of what you see with your eyes. You haven't been able to touch him, see him. When somebody says he's 6'8", is he 6'8"?
Yeah,
is he really 6'8"?
He's
right?
6'6".
Is he really 6'8"?
Yeah.
Is he 7 foot or is he 6'9"? Because those things matter.
These guys are midgets.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to look around. Anthony Edwards is the goods, right? He's the next. I'll give him his props as far as being a Dwayne Wade type, a Donovan Mitchell type body.
Your guy? That's your guy in this draft?
No, he's not my guy in this draft. But if you're going to go to a guy that can really score the basketball and really have that physical dynamic, he's the guy.
Yeah,
and,
I'm with you.
And Minnesota needs a scorer, right?
Yeah.
They need somebody who can actually put the ball in the hole. And they have 2 guys who are good guys to be around. D'Angelo Russell, fantastic. Karl Anthony Towns, a fantastic mentor type basketball player. But now you're in the conference to be in, the West. So is it enough to have a 3-headed monster that doesn't have any real track record of being successful, right? You have one guy that's been moving all over the place. You have another guy who he's been to the playoffs once. He's lost some players around him. He's getting a soft tag or whatever the case may be. So here we go. Flip Saunders Jr., that coaching staff is going to have to really pull in whoever they decide to take and pull them in to give them an opportunity to win some games up there.
Junior Burrough, man, a deep bag of knowledge from you, my friend. We appreciate the time. We'll let you get out of here and enjoy the draft however you're going to watch it, man.
Right. I appreciate you guys. Anything else you have, I'm good for it, man. It's the best time you could possibly have in your life. Like, it's a blessing to be involved in this kind of stuff wherever you go. And I think that's the part that if I had to talk to any of these kids, I've had an opportunity to work with a lot of them, being a grassroots Nike guy. And you have a lot of opportunities to get around some of these kids. And the first thing we try to tell them is that it's not where you are, who drafts you, it's what you do with that opportunity. And you try to press that into them. And you look at some of the kids that have been really successful, they've just been dropped wherever they are, and they've tried to make it happen. And that's what you want out of anybody that gets drafted here and anybody that goes in these scenarios. But if I had to pick a guy, I think the James Wiseman kid is going to be, he's already won the DNA lottery, right?
Yeah.
He's 6'11", he's athletic. So I think he would be the guy that I would go with if I had to take a pick. And it doesn't matter because you can fit him in anywhere. Golden State is going to get a chance to recoup and be around a kid like this, and with that kind of organization and those kind of players already, that would be my guy to kind of go back and forth with you guys. That would be the guy I would really want to pick. So yeah.
Okay. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Anytime.
Devin, he gives us a lot of good insight.
Oh
there.
yeah. No, I think we need to bring him on future podcasts, like as a guest. He's good. Yeah.
He talk another 30, 40 minutes about just experience with the Celtics. You could see, the thing with them on Carr, that kind of stuck in my mind. Like, that's a tough situation to go in when you have a rebuilding team that just lost the NBA All-Star, tragic death, and they're trying to rebuild. That's just amazing. Like, and they have a bunch of good players, but they're not franchise players. Like whether it's Rick Fox, they're just good players, and they weren't good enough.
Love Rick Fox.
They weren't making good enough to make a deep run, but they weren't bad enough to suck. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a tough position. So it's very interesting.
Before our next guest, I think our next guest will be on here shortly. Jared Dudley from the Los Angeles Lakers. But before he comes on, Ronnie, I think we had some fan interaction questions. A lot of people are interested to know if Klay Thompson's injury is significant and it's serious, and obviously we hope it's not. But if it's serious and significant, do they go in a different direction in this draft? I think they do, because then they have to get another wing scorer. So does Golden State try to get Anthony Edwards, or does Golden State take a hard look at LaMelo Ball? I think you have to consider both of those guys.
Yeah, I think so. Because again, he's already had the injury.
Yeah.
He had the injury in the finals. So, you're loading up to come back, kind of like Junior said, if you can add Wiseman in that group of being healthy, but not if that group's not healthy, you got to look at it in another way.
Yeah.
I would definitely look at look at the Georgia player,
Edwards.
Ty Edwards, of course, because maybe that's the reason why he's kind of saying those goofy, aloof things.
Sure.
Maybe he wants to go to Golden State.
Maybe he knows. Maybe he knew more than we thought he knew.
Yeah. Maybe he's smarter than everybody thinks he is. You know what I mean? Because it's like maybe he's trying to get to himself on a good team. It's like Junior said, Minnesota's kind of been a rebuilding team.
For a long time, ever since Kevin Garnett and Wally Szczerbiak, that team that made those runs and couldn't get past the Lakers, they've been in rebuild mode.
Yeah, they've been in rebuild mode, and they've had good young teams, and they've been just a bunch of young players. So if I can go to Golden State, if I was in his shoes, I'd want to try to get to Golden State as well.
Oh yeah,
but I would take a deep look at Wiseman. I like him. I just like the way he can run. I know his body of work is not complete in a draft that's nobody's body's work is complete in a sense because of the big layoff. We didn't have an NCAA tournament to show who has big cojones and who can really get it done when it matters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have a lot of things that's like, guys are pretty good. They have talent. So, I think Golden State can't go wrong either way. If they look at it, maybe they can, do they have to give up some assets? Are they is Minnesota going to call their bluff and say, no, we're taking Edwards no matter what? You really want him? Give us something. Then the gamesmanship comes into it. What team has leverage? What team doesn't?
Yeah, a lot of people thought that coming into this, that Golden State was probably looking to trade that pick to get somebody that can help them win now and get back into the NBA Finals mix after a season that was riddled with injuries last year. But now, again, this is assuming and hoping that it's not serious, but assuming Clay's injury is serious, you got to look now to the future. You got to look at another scorer, another ball handler. Even though, Clay scores like 60 points on 11 dribbles, but you got to find another guy who can create or can be a threat from the perimeter. And then Ronnie, let's move on to another question before hopefully Jared gets on here soon. But before Jared jumps on, the Spurs, this is the first time in a long time San Antonio's picked in the lottery. They're a perennial playoff team, Ronnie. They always seem to make at least a Western Conference Finals run each season over the last, 15 years, right?
Yeah.
But now they find themselves in the lotto. What do we think the Spurs are looking at right now?
Devin Vassell from Florida State's kind of a guy on our mock in that range. They're going to have to get the best players available, and I think the best player that they like.
Yep. Maybe
not the best talent, the player that they fit in. I like that player at that pick. Would they take a chance on somebody, Devin, that's maybe a little further down? Do they like Precious? Does maybe Precious fit in? Precious Achiuwa out of Memphis, or maybe his talent doesn't warrant that pick. If Isaac Okoro doesn't go, do you draft a defender like that, a guy who's a glue guy who can stick? I like Isaac Okoro. I think he's one of the better, just a better fits for people. The Auburn wing who can really defend. Now maybe they need a little more scoring punch, but I like those two or three guys to kind of look at. Again, for Spurs guys, they don't have to be the Spurs usually get the guy that fits their mold, not necessarily the best available talent, quote unquote, per se.
Yeah, I think so. If Alex the intern is listening in right now, can you pull up the draft board for us real quick and scroll down to number 11, San Antonio? I think right now, Ronnie, we both have Devin Vassell there from Florida State. I really like the way that he can defend both. I think him and Isaac Okoro are very similar in the way they play. And I have Okoro going
offensively, maybe. Yeah,
there it is. Hey, thanks, Alex, the intern. Look at him. He's on his game tonight, babies. Let's go, Alex.
Yeah, 6'7" shooting guard, wing forward.
Yeah, and I think him and Okoro are very similar, not only in stature and in athletic profile, but also similar in game. And I have Okoro going 9 to Washington. So I think it's the best available wing type of thing, like you said. Because you look at their roster, DeJounte Murray is going to be the primary ball handler. DeMar DeRozan's back. They have a big man, LaMarcus Aldridge, who is still serviceable in this league as a back-to-the-basket scorer. They need a slasher, athlete, wing defender, and I think Okoro and Vassell from Florida State both fit that bill.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about RJ Hampton? Just to throw it in there real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
Another guy that kind of off the radar a little bit in terms of being able to watch him on a game-by-game basis. And he has a lot of talent. I don't know if he warrants a 9, 10, 11 pick, but, RJ right now, maybe in that 15 range for Orlando, what do you like about him? And whether it's RJ or not, who do you like to maybe sneak up a little higher?
I think RJ is going to stick at that 15 to 17 range, whether it's Orlando, Houston, depending on what happens with Westbrook and Harden. That's another thing we need to discuss, Ronnie. Westbrook and Harden are both trying to find their way out of Houston. So they're going to need guard play if that happens. But yeah, RJ Hampton, we saw him a lot when he was in high school with Little Elm and on the club circuit, Ronnie.
Yep.
And obviously he's an extremely talented player. And he's a, good size for the point guard spot at 6'5". Good athlete. I think the biggest question mark with him, and the biggest question mark that I have with a lot of young players these days, is can he shoot the NBA 3 at a consistent clip? He's athletic enough to get to the basket. He can finish. He's strong. He can get up and, put someone in the basket with a dunk. But man, I get concerned about point guards who can't shoot the 3. You look at what's happened with Lonzo Ball. He really, his 3-point percentage didn't carry over from the college level where he shot it almost at a 40% clip to the NBA level where he really turns down a lot of wide open shots.
Yeah.
But I think a guy, Ronnie, that's sneaky in this draft, Malachi Flynn from San Diego State. I think Malachi Flynn I have him slotted at 19 to Brooklyn. I think he has that just kind of overall scoring feel, both on and off the ball. And he's versatile enough to play 1, 2, or 3 because he can shoot it, get to the basket. And another thing I like about him, Ronnie, is he's physically mature and mentally mature. He's been in college for 3 to 4 years. And that to me, that helps.
Does his size scare some teams, do you think, Devin?
Yeah, I think he's a little small for those positions.
Yeah.
But you look, I'm trying to get a comp for him. I mean, Kendrick Nunn is probably one of the guys who comes up to me.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of a Kendrick Nunn as far as size and game goes. Maybe a little bit better of a mid-range shot creator than Kendrick Nunn, but similar. And Kendrick Nunn was a starter on a playoff team, right? So until he got COVID in the bubble. So and I think another guy that people should watch out for is Kira Lewis Jr. from Alabama. Freakish athlete, has all the ranginess and length and size, and he looks the part. And I think he's got great passing feel. So I think those two guys are two players that could have, they're under the radar a little bit, but could have long NBA careers. Who do you see as guys like that?
I see Isaiah Stewart. I really like Isaiah Stewart. Again, we're not talking about that wing position or the guard position that the question was really about, but I just think he can.
My bad. I went off. My bad.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. We're talking about that San Antonio, but I'm just changing board a little bit here for guys that I just like. Let's take that screen down if we can. Take the
Alex, get the screen off the. Come on, Alex.
Let's take the screen down if we can.
There we go.
Yeah, I like my guy Isaiah Stewart out of Washington. I think he's a guy he could stick. He can do a lot of things like a poor man's Elton Brand. I like Vernon Carey. Again, I like tough, strong guys, the guys that can give you something. And I think those two guys are guys to watch that, like you said, can stick longer. Maybe they're going to be value picks, as I guess the quote unquote hot term is. And they can do a lot of things, in terms of helping a franchise and helping a team, because there's so many of these guys that don't have that full resume. If you look at LaMelo, you look at, the kid from Israel, and the only guy I see at the top that is, like you said, you kind of know what you see is what you get is Obi Toppin. And I would even put a Onyeka in that category, even though he's a freshman, because we know what he's going to give and get. I think everybody else has question marks. So if we got question marks about, 15 of the first 20 picks, then that means I really like Isaiah Stewart. Because I know what I'm going to get from him, whether it's 12 or 13 points, 9 rebounds, 8 rebounds, I'll take that. Because some of these guys are home run hitters and we just don't know if they're going to hit, because of what's going on. Even just look at Melo and Wiseman, those, that talent level, but their resume is just not complete. Unfortunately for Wiseman, he's only played 2 or 3 NCAA games. We know he has the talent, but what is going to be there on a game by game basis?
Yeah. I think the mention of Obi Toppin's an interesting one, Ronnie, because he's another guy who, coming into the last college season, I mean, he wasn't really on draft radars like he is, being the number, projected potentially number 5 overall pick. He wasn't on that level. Same thing with Onyeka Okongwu from Chino Hills and USC. He was not a McDonald's All-American. Obviously was a highly rated recruit. But a lot of people, based on rankings that I remember from back then, the major services had Isaiah Mobley, his USC teammate, ranked over him.
Sure.
Which is,
that's nothing against Isaiah. Yeah. If that means you just didn't watch him that much and closely, or you're just something that you just, self-fulfilling that you see in that kid. Because I remember when he didn't make the McDonald's game, and a lot of the voters were saying, well, who do you take off? I remember we were talking about on one of our In the Paint, well, who do you take off? And they were all the kid from Pittsburgh who was very good. He went to high school in Pittsburgh. Guys like that, you see it and you're like, just take any of them off because you missed the boat.
Sure.
Like people were mentioning that, like, well, who do you take off? Which was a valid argument, but it was just kind of a cop out.
Yeah.
Take any of them off because this guy deserves to be on.
Yeah. We got another guest in the waiting room here. Our guest who was supposed to be after Jared Dudley. We're going to bring him in here. This is Justin Downer, who coached Nico Mannion. He coached Josh Green, both who are at Arizona, both likely to get drafted tonight, and also Cassius Stanley, who's at Duke, who's also going to be, likely to hear his name tonight, hopefully. All guys that, Ronnie, you and I saw, 10 to 20 to 30 times over the course of their high school careers. We're going to bring JD in here real quick and get his thoughts on, coaching those guys and how he thinks they're going to fit in the NBA. Bringing him in right now. We got him on video. Coach JD. Oh, look at that. He's all dressed up. You at a draft party, huh? You're at a draft party?
What's going on, Dev?
You're at a draft party. Look at this guy. He's looking slick.
Hey, man. I just trying to look half as good as my guy.
So, Coach Justin Downer, assistant coach at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. You coached Nico and Josh with West Coast Elite, and also Cassius Stanley with West Coast Elite. All three of those guys. Jared Dudley's about to hop in here, but we're going to stick with you for a second.
Okay.
What are they feeling? I know you're with Nico right now, but how's the feeling going? And where do you see these guys getting selected?
Yeah, they're nervous. I think naturally it's been such a long wait. And I think what we're going to see tonight is the most trades maybe ever in a draft. I mean, these teams have been itching to trade for, 8, 10, 12 months. And now they finally get to trade. And so, the guys are nervous. It's been a long time coming. It's taken a lot longer than the process. Josh feels like he's slotted in really well in the teens. And Nico feels comfortable at hopping in the second or late in the first round and getting on a team that can win. And Cassius, I think, is going to raise some eyebrows too at how early he goes.
Okay.
Justin, let's talk about Nico real quick. I think he's one of the players that people really know in this draft just because of his high school accolades, his travel ball accolades, and he had a name in Arizona. What are some of in your opinion, because I know what I feel, that some of these teams are missing the boat on, whether, he's not a A-lister, A1 athlete, whatever it is that they feel that he's waiting in that slot. What are they missing about Nico?
I think the athleticism component to it is absolutely insane. He tested, he had a 43-inch max vert. He was in the 94th percentile in lateral testing. The athleticism thing doesn't make sense. I think some people have talked about his frame and his ability to stay healthy, but the same, it can't be said for guys that missed half the season that are at the same position that are supposed to go higher. So I think that's a little unfair. I think, the shooting percentages is, he'll be the first to tell you that he's not proud of those percentages at Arizona, but I think he's a much better shooter than that was given. He had a lot of responsibility there. He had the ball in his hands a ton, and a lot of those looks came at the end of the clock. And so I think in a spread out system where he's got great players around him, that's going to be fine. And just his ability to win, impact winning and play in big moments. The intangibles of who he is as a competitor and as a leader, I think that's going to stand out. And at the point guard position, he's going to have to come in and lead older guys. And I think he can do that.
Makes sense. Justin Downer just bringing the fire with a nice sunset behind him, the nice Arizona sunset. I'm liking this, man. So give us a little more, before we let you go, a little bit more on Cassius and why, we saw Cassius grow as a player from his time at Harvard Westlake to Sierra Canyon, with your club team and also with Team Why Not, into a guy who was like an athlete, physical, specimen and dunker, to a guy who could really play the game and shoot it a little bit and defend.
Yeah.
Why do you think, he slipped into that second round conversation, and what makes you think he's going to stick in the league for a long time?
You got to give Cassius a lot of credit. I think especially us LA guys, right?
Yep.
Like, guys get ranked so high so early, and not a lot of them necessarily always deserve it. And for him to be ranked so highly and lose that steam and still persevere. How many guys do you see go from top 10 to top borderline 50, 60 guys and then persevere over that, right? Usually it's like they've been told they were so good, and now you're a hater if you don't think that anymore when your game just wasn't there at that point. So I can't say enough about how he has overcome, already being quote unquote overhyped to now he's in the ballpark of, playing himself back into it. I think what's obvious is Cassius's character is real. His leadership's real. He's magnetic as a personality, and I think that's what people are starting to see. That's what they saw at Duke, and he's a great teammate. He always has been. Anybody who's ever called him selfish is maybe not seeing the whole thing there. And he's grown out of his immaturities, and he's been around pros for a long time. And his dad's been an NFL agent for years, represented so many different people. And, you know, he's got the maturity level to come in and play a role and make an impact day one. And his athleticism is ridiculous. I mean, no one's a better athlete in the draft than he is.
Coach Justin Downer, go ahead and have some beers for me, man. It's looking mighty nice out there in Arizona. We appreciate you jumping on, brother.
I'm gonna be having some beers after we get these guys done.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dev.
Yep.
Thanks, Ronnie. Bye.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Coach.
Jared Dudley, what's up, man?
What's up, boss?
How's it going, brother?
Going good. How you guys doing?
Good. San Diego legend here. 2007 first round pick, 22nd overall. Take us back to your draft night, man. We saw some pictures. You got the braids, you had the trench coat, you were looking pretty sharp. Give us your thoughts on, your feelings back then and what it was like to go through this process.
Actually, it was the next day when I flew in there. Draft night, I was just telling my kids about it today. It was surreal. I did a workout literally the day before with the Warriors. Flew home in the morning on draft night. Threw a big, if you want to say, a party celebration inside downtown. Rented out a little venue. Mom, this is when your mom, your dad can invite their friends, your friends growing up, high school, elementary coaches, families that helped you travel when you did AAU basketball, all those games. It's just kind of everyone gets to be a part of it. And so for me, I knew my range was anywhere from 18 to 45, which is a long time. And when I went 22 to Charlotte, dream come true in the sense of my dad was from North Carolina. Michael Jordan, a good story I had was when I was at BC my junior year summer, I went to his camp, played on the same team as him as pickup games at nighttime. And me and him forming that relationship helped me go into my senior year, winning my ACC Player of the Year, and then getting drafted by him. So, I mean, come on, it's Michael Jordan. What kind of a better story do you have than that?
Yeah, for sure.
That is a great story, Jared. You got into that rotation right away. When you got picked, what do you think was your key to your quick success, and why were you so prepared coming in as a rookie?
For one, I did 4 years. These kids now doing 1 year, and they're in school at 4 to 5 months, and they're already out. So AAU basketball is at a premium, but fundamentals isn't. Everyone, when you talk about the draft, you're talking about their size and athleticism. It's very rare you're talking about a player that's fully skilled. At that time, I've already played in 200-something games in college, gone through the Big East, gone to the ACC. So I've played against the Bayheim zone, Duke man-to-man, Carolina. I done play against all these Hall of Fame coaches, persevered where a non-shooter to a 40% three-point shooter by my senior year. So I was just mentally and physically ready. And on that time, I played on a Bobcats team they were my age. Raymond Felton left early, Adam Morrison, Sean May, so many different young players. And so for me to go in, I just found minutes right away because the coach always said, you can trust me. If you look at like inbound plays at the end of the game, I was the one inbounding it as a rookie, which just never happens. And so it just took me from, to just, my whole thing is you got to find your role, your purpose in the NBA. And at that time, I didn't find it. So what I was going to do is just outwork, hustle, energy, junkyard dog type person where you had to play me. And then I'm going to work on my jump shot while I figure it out.
Got you. What sparked you obviously the percentages and, being able to play at the highest level made you work on your jump shot. How did you go about retuning that and, becoming a legitimate 3-point shooter?
For me, junior year, I was going to enter the draft. We just lost in the Sweet 16 to Villanova with Kyle Lowry, etc. And for me, a lot of people just said, "Jerry, you're not ready to go. Like you want it when you go to the NBA, you got to show them your best worth." At that time, just because you can be in and out of the league. And I took it to heart. And it was the smartest decision I ever made, which guys now never do that. I went and just worked on my shot, just shot more shots, watched game film, see where I was getting most of my shots at. Came back the next year, shot 40. ACC Player of the Year, rest is history. I go to Charlotte. I'm in Charlotte my rookie year. I shoot 19% from three. It was a huge huge way from going from college three to NBA 3, get traded to Phoenix, which was the 3-point shooting team before the 3-point shooting era with Steve Nash. Work all summer. Don't do any ball handling drills. All I do is just 3-point shooting drills. Go from 19 to 45.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is a crazy jump. That's a crazy jump.
Crazy jump.
So, Jared, speaking of improvement, I thought when, with Cal High Sports, I've been covering the state for a long time, that you were probably the most improved, scholarship type player your senior year at Horizon, and you became a Mr. Basketball finalist with Trevor, Leon Poe, and Wesley Washington. What changed for you that year? Just like you speak of improvement at BC, what changed for you that year at Horizon? Obviously, you guys were a good team, but what made you better?
It was just my time in the sense that at Horizon, people, you might realize this, but Horizon was a powerhouse way before I got there. They won 7 or 8 CIF straight titles, had players. I get there. My junior year, Nate Carter was player of the year in San Diego. My junior year, which was his senior year, he was the man. I was the second one. So getting to Horizon my senior year, it was more like it was finally my team. It took me 4 years. So that's why I tell people a late bloomer, I always started my role. So even for averaging 18 and 8 junior year, I didn't have any plays for me. All mine were getting off the offensive rebounds, catching reads, zones, short corner, high post, and knowing it. And so my senior year, now it's coaches like, all right, it's your turn. And then now I get to be the leader. Plays are called for me, taking all that responsibility. And Coach Zach Jones has kind of groomed me from my freshman year to that. And the same thing happened at BC. 2-year starter my freshman, sophomore year, become an all-conference player. Craig Smith gets drafted my junior year, his senior year after he goes there, goes to the NBA. And now my senior year, it's finally my team. And so I've always been ready of preparation. And once it's my time, making the best of the opportunity.
That's great advice for any young viewers or listeners we have right now. Jared, take us back to your recruitment, your college recruitment. You end up at BC. What were your other options, and what was kind of obviously your junior year, did you have offers or anything like that, or did everything come your senior year?
Everything came my senior year very, very late. And this is what the whole point is. Back then when I was in high school, a tweener was bad. Draymond Green talks about it before. I was 6'7", wasn't really a 3, wasn't really a 4. I was more of a guy who had a good feel, non-athletic, non-athlete, where that was considered a negative. And so at that time, now we love that. Oh, positionless basketball, 3, 4, and at that time it wasn't. So, my only visit I did my senior year at Horizon was St. Mary's. St. Mary's wanted me bad. And this is before St. Mary's kind of took off. That coach is a good coach now, but it was right before it took off. San Diego State, I'm right there. No offer. San Diego State finally offers me after my senior year. I played with the Pumps. I actually was the first player that I can even remember. I declared for prep school. and no one was going to prep school from the West Coast at that time. You can go back and date it. And so I declared for prep school so I can play in that whole summer circuit. So I go to ABCD, only non-ranked player make the All-Star game. I win the Bob Givens big tournament in North Carolina, beating Dwight Howard. My teammates were Jordan Farmer and Nick Young. I had elite people, NBA people at that time. And for me was BC came in August. They had 2 people get kicked out and their number 1 recruit got homesick. Wow. So I do a visit thinking I'm going to prep school August 18th or 19th. They're telling me, we want you to come now. I qualified because obviously I passed my SAT. I got my good grades at Horizon. I signed with them the 20th, enroll in school September 4th, 2 weeks later. Crazy story.
That is crazy. That is wild.
Yeah. Now that's very interesting.
No, and they don't even do that anymore, man.
No, you won't see that happen now. You won't see that happen now ever.
No, they'll try to find some senior transfer at the last minute or something.
Right.
Yeah. Very, very interesting things there. So, you're getting drafted and you have guaranteed money, Jared, but getting drafted is one thing and staying in the league is another. What's been the key to your longevity, and what's been important? Your diet? Is it your routine? What keeps you, valuable to a franchise?
So first for these young athletes, you have to be able to evolve. You can't be stuck in your ways. So I told you I couldn't shoot in Charlotte. I work on my jump shot. I become that guy. So now I'm a shooter. Now I try to be the 3-and-D guy. A couple coaches told me when I first got in the league, for you to play 10 years, you got to be able to shoot the basketball. So I improved that. And then now I improve my defense. I get traded to Phoenix with Steve Nash and Grant Hill. And now I soak up knowledge in the back of the bus. Hey, how do you stay here? Now it's Jared, you got to take care of your body, the diet, the working out. So then now I transform my body, my 4 or 5 years from year 2 to year 6 in Phoenix, signed my 5-year deal. I think it was like 24, 25 million. So now you have other bites at the apple. If I have a bad year, I got year 2, year 3. You want to give yourself the most chances to be able to have it. I go to Clippers, have my worst season of my NBA career. A lot of hype. I'm hurt. I get traded to Milwaukee. Now in Milwaukee, I'm the oldest guy on the team at 30, which is very rare, that one. So now I got to evolve of, hey, coming off the bench, being a mentor, being a leader in the locker room, which now I know if you can help young guys, which they were the worst team in the NBA the year before. We went to a 7-seed play. This is Giannis at 19, who's not even Giannis yet. So we make the playoffs. I get traded to the Wizards, get to mentor John Wall, Bradley Beal. So now I'm the mentor, older guy, statesman, have a phenomenal year with John Wall, shoot 47 from 3, 46, something ridiculous. I was like top 5 in 3-point. Phoenix wants to bring me back because now they're young. Devin Booker's there. So now the 3-point shooting and the defense, yes, but now it's, we want him to, I kind of got the evolvement of being a locker room, helping young guys. Giannis said well to me, talked well about me. Bradley Beal talked well, and John Wall, and now I get Devin Booker. So now they're trying to lose for 3 years, get the draft picks. I get traded now to Brooklyn. Brooklyn says, hey, we want you to play. We want you to be the same player you were in Washington. I helped them, non-playoff team, make the playoffs. D'Lo becomes an all-star. And then now after that, I'm an older. Now for me to play 2-3 more years, I got to get to a championship team. I got to latch on to a championship team, a superstar, and what better than the Lakers and LeBron? And now you see it.
You are the bubble champs. Jared Dudley, an NBA champion now. Give us a little insight on kind of how, operating in that bubble was. And then second part of that, playing alongside guys like LeBron James and Anthony Davis, just how big time it is.
I mean, the bubble was terrible. I won't even slice it to you. It's just, you're there for so long, especially us, the longest winning a championship.
Yeah.
You just see that you get tested every day, which was fine. The food, the first 3 weeks were terrible, but it got better once the chefs come in. And, for an athlete, your nutrition, everything is crucial. But there was nothing to do.
Okay.
You had your first 6 weeks, your wife, girlfriend, family couldn't come. Then eventually when they came, they were there for 2, maybe 3 weeks. But there's, you can't go out to eat. You can't leave. You're away from society. You had this, the cop shootings and killings of Black people. We boycott, decide to come back. It's all basketball, and messed with a lot of people's mental health. We were just so focused and veterans and knew what the task. And luckily, we had LeBron and AD that we just stayed the course and focused. And then LeBron and AD, man, they're just like you and me, man. They're just big kids, want to have fun. They just got a bigger name and a lot more money than all of us, man. They just they look at Instagram and Twitter like we do. They play video games like we do.
Sure.
They're just disciplined in their craft. Very disciplined.
They definitely have more money now because you see this room here, Jared. This is the only room I got, man. It's the only room I got in my whole place. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Take us through, Jared. Just the feeling of being able to be a part of a championship team as you being a guy who has bounced around to so many different spots and experienced so many different NBA teams. What was it like?
The only thing I can kind of describe it for people that don't play basketball, it's like having your firstborn.
Okay.
And when I say that is when you are in high school, college, you think about your wife and you think about having kids. Most of us, not all, but some people. And when you're in the hospital and the baby comes out and you hold the baby for the first time, it's just like, wow, I created this. It's a lot of times for males, it's a tearful act because it's something that you and your significant other brought into the world. So for me, it's like all those 13 years in the NBA, college, AU, you're working, you're sacrificing, you had surgeries. And it's when you see the confetti come down and you see you see the trophy and you're hugging your teammates. It's like you're holding your baby in a sense sense of like, dang, I've been wanting this as a child. I've been
Mhm.
waiting for this moment, and you don't know if it's going to come true. If anything, it's less expecting than a child, to be honest with you, because
Right.
it's so rare, and you're just trying to soak it up. And it's one of the best memories you ever have in your life because you've been dreaming about it since you were 6 or 7, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jared, that's a awesome feeling, and a lot of people haven't felt that. And as your career gets to its twilights of your time in the NBA, you like you said, you built a reputation. I call it like a Jock Vaughn, even Kevin Ali in Oklahoma was like that,
For
or
sure.
Udonis Haslam now in Miami. What advice would you give a player who's going to get drafted tonight? How to stay in the league? What would be like one, highline? How does a kid now stay in the league?
The number one phrase I tell people is star in your role.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's role is different. There's only 2, maybe 3 stars in the NBA. So what people understand is versatility is the number one thing now in the NBA. Can you guard multiple positions? Mm-hmm. Some people aren't great shooters. Some people, that obviously shooting's a high premium. Can you guard 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s at different positions? Can you, in a pick and roll, can you move laterally? So that's the first thing. And the second thing is the Duncan Robinsons, the average Joe, 6'5", 6'2", 6'6" white guys can play now if you can shoot at a high premium. You like my man right there. Like
hey man, Jared, I'm not 6'5" or 6'3". I'm like 5'10", but I can shoot it. I promise you, I can shoot it.
If you shoot it like Duncan Robinson, there's a place for you. They can hide bad defenders. So either elite shooting, elite defensive versatility, and how bad do you want it, man? Like, you got to be able to, it's harder now than it was for any other athletes because you got to deal with the social media era. Mm-hmm. You got your friends telling you this. You want to put everything on Instagram, everything on Twitter. People show, I don't even video my workouts. I see more workouts of video. No one cares what you're doing that time. You never miss in summertime.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
All you matters is that game. And the way you play in those pickup games, you're not going to be able to play like that. Only Braun, Harden, those guys that can do 1,000 dribbles. So work on your quick thinking, moving the ball, defensive versatility, and shooting, and star in your role. Whatever your coach wants you to do it, be the best at it.
Duds, Minnesota's on the clock officially. Who do you think they're going with, man?
I'm going to say Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
I'm going to say it goes Edwards, then Wiseman.
Okay.
I want to say LaMelo to Charlotte, but I heard he had bad interviews there. So I'm going to say no to Charlotte. I'm going to say LaMelo goes forward to the Bulls. I know the Bulls won them. That was my – so 3, I don't know who that third person would be. I love top –
Yeah, who do you like? You like Obi?
Obi.
Yeah.
You like him?
6'9", 6'10", athletic that can jump the way he does, and defensive, be able to move. You can be able to put him on different perimeter. And the kid for USC, the big man for USC, I like him too.
Onyeka.
Oh yeah,
kind of a what you see, what you get type player too.
Yeah,
I like that. And so you know what? There's always 1 or 2 people are going to be better than what it said. They say it's a down draft, and my whole thing is you can't say that until they get here. And so, let's just say how it is. But Anthony Edwards, I just think that you just traded for D'Lo for Karl Anthony Towns. Mm-hmm. Can you put LaMelo there? They're not going to fit. They both don't play any defense. Get you a D-Wade type one with Anthony Edwards and give yourself a chance.
Man, we appreciate the time, Jared, and the insight. We'll let you get back to the draft and enjoy it with your family and on the couch. We appreciate it, dude.
Appreciate you guys, man. Take care.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
You see, Devin, he made some concrete points. Shoot the ball, play defense multiple positions, or you better be a good teammate. You know what I mean? Do what the hell the coach is telling you to do.
Well, like we've said on the podcast plenty of times before, the high school stars, for the most part, don't really turn into that NBA star. Do you know what I'm saying? Like those high school stars.
The thing about that, we're talking at the top of our draft party is the guys who made the NBA multiple players on one team. All those guys weren't stars. If you look back at that list, they're just not stars. They're not all stars. Everybody says, because they were just over the top talent. No, some didn't even play. Some played minor roles.
Yeah.
And they went to the right college. Yeah. And then became pros.
Yeah. So make sure you guys tune in to ESPN or wherever you want to watch your draft.
Picks coming in.
Yes, the first pick's coming in with Minnesota. They're on the clock with 2 minutes. And Alex, the intern, just messaged us, Ronnie, and said that there's possible, trade discussions for that number 1 pick, and Minnesota wants to get off that pick. So maybe they don't like Anthony Edwards as much as you or me or Jared Dudley likes Anthony Edwards. That's interesting.
Back to what Jared said.
Yeah.
Does he engage and play D?
Yeah.
Is he engaged? Does he really love the game? Are you going to invest $100 million in him in the next, for his rookie contract and his second contract? You can give him $120 million.
Right.
I would think that too.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to invest, man. That is a lot of money to invest.
Is he gonna have is he gonna carry your franchise forward? You want to start winning. At some point, Minnesota's got to start winning.
Sure. Okay, so if that's your take, who is your guy that's going to help them do that?
I'm trading just like Big.
So are you trading?
No guy. It's kind of like Jared said. It's a lot open. We said that. Is there a surefire guy? I don't know. I'm not high on the thing with Melo in his interviews. If you don't know that he's kind of goofy, you ain't been paying attention.
Sure.
No shit, he's kind of goofy.
Well, I mean, that could have been like a way for him to take his own stock. I don't know. Who knows? Crazier things have happened in draft settings like this. So
yeah.
If Minnesota's trading this pick, are they trading down to take another selection in the draft? Or are they taking for a win now kind of player? And if so, where would they trade down to and who would they take, right? I mean, you look at the top 3 of this draft with Edwards, Wiseman, Ball. Those are the 3 guys that everyone talks about as the 3 most talented, high upside guys we got in this draft. If I'm going down and I want to win now, man, you got Towns.
I want to win now, Devin. I'll cut you off. I'm trading down because the guys who want to win now are a little bit lower.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got Towns, you've got D'Lo, so you've got the 1-2 punch and perimeter stuff set. So maybe you need a slasher, maybe Patrick Williams, maybe you need a shooter like a Sadiq Bey from Villanova. Maybe Tyrese Maxey fits that bill in the late teens. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And Minnesota is supposed to be off the clock now. The pick's supposed to come in soon. It's in. We will discuss it once it's in. But yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to me that Minnesota is trying to trade out of this because I don't think there's every single person on that top 3, Ronnie, that we have.
Some question marks.
Edwards, Wiseman, and Ball have some question marks and have some holes.
And that's okay. There's been plenty of drafts where, like Jared said, that have some holes, but guys come to the forefront. There's just no guys that have the overwhelming talent and then like the junior Burrough hard hat mentality. I just don't see that many guys in this draft. They're kind of, like you said, you get caught up in social media. They're a little cool for school. There's just too many guys cool for school.
All right. Breaking news. Hey, hang on. Breaking news from Alex the Intern. Breaking news from Alex the Intern, a.k.a. Shams on Twitter. Anthony Edwards is about to go number 1 to Minnesota. And seeing that they didn't pull off a trade, this makes the most sense.
Yeah.
If you're watching on ESPN, you can see Edwards obviously at home.
Been safe for 2 or 3 months, Dev.
Yeah, he's at home with his family. Socially distanced, remote draft, the first of its kind. Great to see with Anthony Edwards there, Ronnie, because if you guys go to ballislife.com right now, I have a video breakdown of Edwards' game from a couple camps that we filmed, and you can get a little more insight on what his game is all about. But man, he's got that, I probably wouldn't go as far as comparing him to Dwayne Wade because that's a Hall of Fame 2 guard who's probably, a top 5 2 guard of all time. I wouldn't go that far as to say he's in that mold, but he's a guy
slash like him.
But yeah, he's a guy who has that off the bounce ability, big time athleticism, and physicality to guard and hold his own in the NBA on the offensive end. What are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, it's a safe pick. If maybe they have something that they're brewing down the line, they can move it. But if you have to keep the pick because you don't like what you can get in return, he's the pick to get. Athletic with the ball, good off the bounce, a beautiful jump shot. He can handle it good enough. He's big enough. If you can light a fire under him defensively, you have a hell of a player.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't like you said, I don't see the Dwayne Wade comparison either because Dwayne Wade had that fire on defense.
Yeah.
But I like what he gets. He might even be, Dwayne was kind of a slasher coming out of Marquette. This is bigger and stronger.
Well, Dwayne was like you said, off the ball slasher, finisher at the basket, and had mid-range game with, great footwork and fading ability on his shot. I don't see that with Edwards. I think it's more of It's more of an isolation type of scorer, And, you mentioned he's a great shooter, right? Yeah. The numbers don't match that. I hate to call you out like this, Ronnie. The numbers don't match it. He shot 29% from three at the college level last year.
Yeah. And
isn't that's wild, but you look at his shot, it looks good.
Yeah.
You look at his shot, it looks good.
You got to work on it. And somebody's got to work with him. You know what I mean?
Dude, shooting's all about reps. I think his mechanics.
Reps.
I think his mechanics are all there. I think it's all about reps.
The right shot at the right time. I think Justin Downer kind of mentioned that with Nico. Maybe he had Nico is shooting with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he takes the low percentage shot. I think Anthony does need to work on that a little bit. Be engaged to every possession. Take the shot that's there. Take a good shot. I did see a little bit what I saw of Georgia. Sometimes it would be kind of a isolation or a little too much one-on-one.
Sure.
Bail out shot, end of the shot clock. I don't think he'll have that problem in the NBA. He'll learn fast.
Yep. Anthony Edwards on ESPN right now, the first overall pick to the Minnesota Timberwolves. He is.
He's a number one talent, Devin.
For sure. No, I hear you. Yeah.
Generational player.
Yeah. Not a generational player, but a guy, if he improves that 3-point shooting percentage, can stick in the league for a very long time.
But let me get back 1 second. I mean to cut you. What were we earlier about the kind of the Steve Francis, Danny Ferry tanking and him saying, I like football more? What was that? Was that Minnesota trying to throw something in there to get a trade going? What was that?
I don't know, dude. I mean, obviously weirder things have happened. We've seen it before with, planted stories and things like that. Maybe he's just being honest. And why is that so bad?
Yeah, he's a kid from Georgia.
He's a kid.
Loves football.
Yeah.
Look at his body. I would like football too if I looked
he grew up playing receiver. Like, he loves the game of football. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. You want a guy who has football toughness, in my opinion. I love those guys on the court.
Yeah, I don't see a big so I was just wondering, but I'm like, I can see why he likes football. He looks like freaking Dwayne Bowe or Terrell Owens.
So hey, hang on. Yeah. He looks like T.O. for sure. Yeah. What happened to these reporters, Shams and Woj, and these guys agreeing to not break the picks before they happen? Because Alex, the intern, is all over this.
Good. We need
Golden State is selecting James Wiseman with the number 2 pick. That's 2 for 2 on our picks here, Ronnie. Pull up our draft board if we can. Mr. Intern himself. And our next guest will hopefully be here shortly.
Yeah.
But what do you think? I mean, James Wiseman obviously he's gonna go to Golden State. What are your thoughts there?
I think I've liked that pick for a long time because I thought Edwards would go to number 1. I think he's what they need in terms of he gives them, 13 and 10, and he's got pieces around him that, hopefully Clay is healthy, and that would help Edwards' development Wiseman's development in my opinion, just being on a good contending team. And he just fits into what they need. I mean, that guy can run like a gazelle. He's the most talented player top to bottom, I think, in this draft. Like, you're not going to find a player like that very often.
Okay, you're saying like all-around skill set for his size?
Correct, because you look at this draft. Onyeka, 6'8". Patrick Williams, 6'6". Denji Avita, 6'9". This guy's 7'1", and he's legitimately like 7 to 7'1". He towers over these guys. So if he just even plays to 80 to 90% of what he can do, he's going to be pretty good.
I think that's a fair point. And obviously his college sample size was small based on eligibility issues at Memphis, but the 3 games he played, Ronnie, 19.7 points, 10.7 rebounds, and 3 blocks per game. And I think that 3 block number there is why Golden State drafted him and will likely succeed with him at the center position, because he has that rim protecting ability that you need at the NBA level right now. With so many talented and explosive guards, you need someone who can deter shots at the rim, change shots at the rim, and block shots at the rim, and then get down the other side of the court and change ends of the floor well and finish around the basket. And Wiseman has all those tools, man.
I agree. I think, and he can get some offensive rebounds. You got to guard him. You got to guard him. You got to account for him, in other words. Even if he doesn't have the most great polished skills, what are you going to do with him when he's on the floor? You got to do something.
Right.
So I like that pick. I thought that was the way that it was going to go. So, I'm happy for him. It's good to see that, that for a team like Golden State to get a guy like that, boy, if they're healthy, they're going to be right back in that mix. You know, Dudley, the Lakers, and these other guys are going to have their hands full again.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a nice addition to a team that, you know, obviously was a multiple championship team and a year in and year out contender. And Wiseman's a guy probably, Ronnie, who can come in right away and contribute on both ends of the floor, which is important. Okay. So our next guest, not quite popped in yet. I'm going to reach out and see if we can get him in here. But next pick, Ronnie, is Charlotte Hornets. I think they're going LaMelo Ball here, and I believe somebody on Twitter has called it LaMelo Ball. Not shocking at all. This is kind of the 1-2-3 punch that we expected at the top of this draft.
Wow. So Charlotte, you know, that's going to be very interesting. So we have, you know, his brother going number 2 and him going number 3. You know, how good is he going to be, Devin? I mean, is he going to be good right away? Is he going to be good later? What do you envision? You know, based on what they have, sure. What does Melo bring to a team like Charlotte?
So I think this is probably the best fit. We have, again, go to ballislife.com. Whenever you guys have a chance, check out our latest draft content. But we have some pieces on Melo up there with video breakdowns and written breakdowns. And I think, I mean, like we said earlier, Ronnie, talent-wise, I mean, just absolutely impressive. They're gonna announce Golden State's pick right now. Let's just make sure, Ronnie. James Wiseman. Okay, let's move on to number 3. He's talented, man, and you know he can play on or off the ball. Important in this NBA right now. But what Charlotte offers him that's going to be important for him is a place where he can go in and have the ball in his hands right away.
Yeah,
and be in control of the offense, kind of have some freedom, be able to use his skill set and his IQ. But yeah, the biggest question marks, Ronnie, obviously defensively. He's never really been in a traditional defensive unit before.
Yeah.
And then next thing for me is shot selection. Is he going to be a good NBA 3-point shooter with the difficult shots that he takes? He's a difficult shot taker and a difficult shot maker at the high school level. But the NBA level is a little bit different when taking those long 3-point shots.
Yeah, he's going to have to clean that up. I just think at long term, he's going to have to clean that up. He's going to have to take good shots. And I think he will. He's going to have to be a facilitator. I like the facilitating part of his game more than, you know, oh, he's a tall guard, he can shoot over defenders. I like him kind of creating like his brother does. He has a little more wiggle, a little more quickness. I've always thought that was Lonzo's problem. He just doesn't get by guys easy. And he doesn't shoot the open shot.
Yeah,
I think Melo will.
Okay.
And I think he gets by guys to create a little bit more.
No doubt. Let's dive into that a little bit more. What are the biggest differences between Lonzo and Melo?
I just think it's the slight athleticism and just a slight moxie to the game, whether it's a head fake,
sure,
a little jab step, behind the back pass. I think Melo's just a little quicker from point A to point B.
Yeah,
Lonzo
I think that
still had the same problem he's always had since 10th grade. He's very upright,
very rigid.
He doesn't get by guys very quickly.
Right, and I think that the term that most people who are watching this right now will recognize is Lonzo had no wiggle. Melo has wiggle. He has creativity with the ball, change of speed, change of direction, and he's a crafty finisher. Lonzo, not only has he struggled shooting the 3-point shot at the NBA level, he struggled to finish over length at the NBA level. Let's not even, we can't even, there's no bones about it. He can't finish at the basket.
Yeah, because then that means his other two or all the rest of his skills are great, because not having those two skills at a high level, you'd be out of the NBA. Most players would be out of the NBA fast.
Right. That means defensive IQ, passing IQ, and just ability to read the floor for Lonzo are off the charts. But here's the thing. Melo has those same traits. He's just a little bit more flashy with it, and he's better offensively. Ronnie, what do you make of, the same people who, this is always funny to me, the same people who are always ripping LaMelo Ball in camps or high school games are the ones who are singing his praises right now. What's your message to those clowns?
You got to I always thought this guy had a chance to be the best of the three brothers. It wasn't just hyperbole. LeVar Ball was, I think, honest and on the money about that. I think he does have a chance. I just think he's been thrown to the fire. He's already seen a lot of shit, for lack of a better.
Ronnie's dropping. Ronnie, hey, Alex, the intern. Let's make sure we have the bleep on Ronnie here.
Yeah, he's been through a lot just to see what happened with Alan Foster and his dad, going to Lithuania, coming back to Spire. This guy he's not going to be scared of anything. He's going to be ready to play. I think it's going to be a relief for him to be at the level and to where he wants, because he took such an unconventional path. It's just something that I think he will thrive in terms of getting his opportunity and feeling comfortable on an NBA court. And how great it'll be, that's up to discussion. But I think he thrives where his brother felt a lot more pressure. Lonzo felt a lot of pressure now.
Yeah,
there's
he did.
no bones about it.
Well, I mean, you remember back to before that draft, they were doing, media tours, and LeVar was, we know LeVar, we've been around him. We've been around him since 2012. I mean, we knew he was a boisterous, confident individual, and he spoke his mind, and he just happened to do it on the national stage. And then Lonzo gets drafted by the Lakers. Obviously, Magic Johnson was kind of the key to that draft pick, and saying that he's going to bring Showtime back. That's, dude, with the franchise that was in a hole as much as the Lakers were at that point. I mean, that's a lot of pressure, dude. And he had some great games.
A lower pick.
He had great games. He had great games. He had some flashes of brilliance, but he hasn't been able to put it together consistently. And they're announcing the third pick now on ESPN, which is LaMelo Ball. Obviously, my dog's scratching at the door right now, so if you hear any barking or anything, that's the dog. But Melo's on the screen now. He's got some headphones on, smiling. LeVar and Tina are there, both with masks on. Impressive. Recognize anybody else in that? There's Zoe.
And my speed's a little bit behind. I'm still.
Come on, dude. Get your Wi-Fi speed up, dude. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. They show the parents. I see he's hugging his mom. That's my
Jello and Lonzo.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's pick number 3 off the books. LaMelo Ball to the Charlotte Hornets, as most people who follow the draft and put together a mock draft expected. You know what I just realized, Ronnie?
Yeah,
we're going to be on this live stream for a lot longer than I realized, because it's already 5:25 and we're only through 3 picks. All right, but
we got plenty to talk about in terms of.
We can. I can start reaching out to other guests too. I mean, see if we can bring some dudes on. But let's go to number 4. We're at Chicago.
Interesting.
Right? And you know what? I mean, I think our next guest at the 5:30 mark, even though our 5:15 guest didn't pop in yet, our next guest is Chandler Hutchison, a small forward with the Bulls, 2018 draft pick. And it's funny that he's going to come on next, because the Bulls are about to pick. What do you think Chicago's going to do here? Hopefully Chandler doesn't get traded or something.
Tell us. Why are you asking me? I'm joking there, but
yeah.
Again, do you take the best player available? Is it the kid from Israel?
Wow.
Obi Toppin's a safe pick. This is the pick where they got to hit it right. And, I would take the best player available. I would take Obi or Onyeka, but maybe they're going to take the kid from Israel.
So, I mean, Daniel, the intern, is now calling it. Chicago is going to select Patrick Williams from Florida State with the number 4 overall pick. So the first guy to jump up and into that top 10, top 5 conversation. Interesting pick. They must have liked, his physical attributes. Kind of a guy, a hybrid forward who can play both the 3 and the 4 spot and is a good defender. That's going to be an interesting pick once it's announced, Ronnie.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot about who may go to that pick. That was kind of the catch pick, meaning after the 3 players that everybody was talking about, you could have won in a lot of ways. And that's a lot of pressure for Chicago. I mean, because there's some good players on that board. So maybe they think, they see some in Patrick, or maybe they feel he's a safe, solid pick. Florida State, they're producing some players, and they're getting some players. People are seeing what
he always produces players down there, man.
Leonard Hamilton's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, he is.
A hell of a developer, because they got players all over the place. So, it's very interesting to see. And I'm going to be very interested to see how he develops over the course of his career.
There's our live draft board update here. You guys make sure you head to ballislife.com and check out the full draft board. And we've got a mock on there too that, mock drafts are tough to do, but it's always fun doing it. So go ahead and head there and check out Patrick Williams. We projected him as the 7th pick to the Pistons. He has jumped up 3 spots from our projection and is now going to be a member of the Chicago Bulls. Interesting stuff. That's, I think this is a draft that we might see a lot of kind of movement, Ronnie.
Yeah, and there's no problem with that because, like you said, after these first few kids, this is not what they consider a vintage draft, deep draft. If you like a player, you can take them. They must like them, and again, it's going to be a short training camp. So, at what level are some of these guys going to be really contributing?
Yeah. Yes. No.
I mean, season starts in a month.
If you look at Patrick Williams, they're going to announce Chicago's 4th pick now live on ESPN. So let's make sure that Patrick Williams is in fact the selection.
Interesting. They're kind of breaking down Melo Ball right now on the stream, but we don't need.
You're way behind, bro. Come on, we got to get. Hey, if Matt Ball's Life is listening, we got to get our guy Ronnie some improved internet over there. You look at what, I just pulled up his numbers. 1 and done, freshman 1 and done, 9.2 points, 4 rebounds. That's, again, in 29 games, that's a very small sample size to take someone at that number 4 spot. But I guess this is the draft. If you're going to take chances, this is probably the draft to take that chance.
Is he being drafted for somebody else? Or are they going to make a move with that package?
Maybe. All right. Hutch is waiting. Let's get him in here and get his reaction to this pick, because I'm sure he just waited to come in until he saw it. Hutch. He's connecting to audio. Hutch, what's up, man?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yep. All good.
All right. So the Bulls just made their selection, dude. What are your thoughts? Patrick Williams, Florida State.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing now, it was kind of crazy because, all these talks and whatnot, you never really know. I saw that they had the foreign kid up there as, best available, but heard some good things about this guy. The power forward is a spot we need a little bit of depth at, and, his athleticism. A couple of the guys I was talking to today, they were pretty high on him. I didn't know that they were interested in picking him this early, but, I've heard good things.
And you know a whole lot about being a guy who's kind of under the radar, I mean, you didn't really start at the varsity level until halfway through your junior year, and then you go to Boise State for 4 years and become a top, 22 pick. Take us through kind of your process as, developing and not really getting too ahead of the curve or worried about what was next.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was always just about finding a comfortability and, the player I am, and at the time that I was ready to take on that role. I had to really mature in high school and earn the spot of the responsibility of really having a team be mine. And I think that just prepared me at the next level, moving on at Boise State. I kind of actually fell into a similar role where I had to do some more maturing, and everything came to me right when it was ready. People talk about how if it would have clicked earlier for me in college, would you have left early? Would you have done this? And I feel like the reason I'm here right now is because of the time that it took. I was able to learn a lot my first 2 years, and it wasn't always pretty. It wasn't always, I didn't always feel like I was being treated the right way, but down the road, I knew that it was best for me. Hindsight now, looking at it, there's no doubt in my mind the reason I had those early struggles, getting to the maturity level and being ready for the responsibility, that prepared me for the player I am today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chandler, just watching his clips, it looks like Patrick can really defend and whatnot, and he's going to have to jump into the fire really fast. When do the veterans have to report? This kind of changes. When do you guys have to report to camp with this COVID pandemic shortened kind of off season? When do you guys have to go?
So, I mean, our spirits have been good, man. Everyone's been in here since Monday, and we've been in doing kind of like a limited workout, the stuff that we're able to do with the protocol and COVID and stuff. We're testing every day, but all of our roster guys have been in the gym, and we've had live play going. It kind of, we were able to do a little team bubble back in October. at our facility and in a hotel, and that really kind of kick-started our chemistry of, you know, the team that we want to be and the kind of effort we want to put towards this upcoming season. And it's carried over. We've got vets like that are back in the gym. He was one of the first guys back in town. Zach's back in the gym, you know, Otto, Lowry, some of these other guys, you know, the younger guys, all of us are in here and we're competing and we're learning. And Coach Donovan has been, he's been great with us. He's teaching us and just really letting us go out there and play and get adjusted to one another.
Hutch, you weren't like a highly ranked guy in high school. You got ranked, you know, top 100 later on in your high school career. What were the biggest things that you worked on at the high school level and then the college level to be able to make that jump into the NBA?
Biggest thing for me, just guard skills.
Okay.
You know, I was playing out of position per se for high school. I mean, really, I played 4 and 5 in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So with my height, because I was about 6'6" there. So it was the transition to now being a guard and playing, you know, at that position in college. And I played sometimes in college. And I think having the ball in my hands a lot improved my guard skills tremendously at the college level, because I always thought growing up, one of my best and playing when I was younger, one of my best attributes was my passing ability, you know, and my feel for the game. And just putting that in with still maintaining the footwork of playing at a big position, because I still have improved in my footwork and stuff like that, and my touch around the rim, but then adding those guard skills and obviously continuing to improve, like outside touch, 3-point shooting is a huge thing now in the league, as everyone knows. So just working on those things to try to become, you know, a complete player.
Got you.
Yeah, Chandler, you know, you had a great senior season, as Devin mentioned, and you were still overshadowed. And when you look, you know, overshadowed in Orange County by Stanley, you know, guys that were quote unquote had these big reputations, and people thought they were NBA players, whether it's Daniel Hamilton and a few others. Did you feel like that I'm an NBA player, or did that kind of grow on you as you got into college and you got to Boise State, and then as you had a good breakout year your junior year?
Well, it was a balance, you know. It was a fine line. Deep down, I knew that I could play in the league, and I knew that if I continued to work, that the talent and everything was there. It was just the maturity and the skill that I had to improve upon. But also, you know, when you don't make the jump initially that you think you are, you start to think and sit there and think, you know, is this really going to be a reality for me? And when I figured out that it really is, and it's within reach, then all of the thoughts of, you know, of these other guys around the corner, Stanley and the guys that you mentioned, I was just so focused on myself that I knew that if I just continued to work hard, I had the blueprint, and I just had to continue to come in and night out and just carry that chip on my shoulder of a guy that, you know, has been overlooked and has really had to earn at every level kind of the responsibility that I was given. And it just continued to grow, and my mindset just continued to grow, and the hunger continued to grow, and just really strive to try to make that happen, and not just be a first round pick, but just get drafted and be an NBA player. Because really my mindset was never the position that I was going to have in the draft was going to be the player, you know, my identity. I still plan to continue to work, and regardless of position of pick, to establish myself in the league.
So before I ask my next question, Cleveland's about to pick, and they're going to pick Isaac Okoro from Auburn. Another little bit of a surprise pick, because I thought it might have been Obi or Denny Avdija from Israel, as, you know, two of the guys who were, you know, I guess the top rated, talented guys. But back to Hutch, I think a lot of credit should rightfully go to our guy, Perry Webster, who pulled out a lot of the toughness out of you when you played with Team East Bay on the circuit. I think his, I'm trying to describe him. I'm an assistant coach at Fullerton College now, so I don't want to get my ass kicked tomorrow. But I think the best way to describe Perry is he's just really, really tough. And I think that helped you grow both, you know, from your game, but more importantly, your maturity level. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, my relationship with Perry started off as obviously same high school alum. And, you know, he had that kind of connection right off the jump. And then I think me being around him more and more, he saw the talent level, and he also saw something just within me that he challenged himself to bring out of me, you know, that no one had really done, that kind of held me back. You know, it was always something that maybe stood in the way of me reaching my potential. And Perry just continued to challenge me and help me grow that mindset and that hunger And his no BS, attitude is something that's been successful for him, and why he is where he is at. And he helped me with that a lot. He had no excuse. He's a no excuse type of guy.
Yeah.
And when you work with someone and you're close with someone that doesn't accept any excuses, then you start to continue to make improvements, and you don't settle for anything less than what you can give. And Perry was one of the first guys that helped me discover that within myself, and continues to challenge me still to this day.
Mm-hmm.
For a guy like Williams, Chandler, and maybe even referring to yourself as well, what's the biggest adjustments going from the Mountain West to an NBA training camp, and what's this kid going to have to do to make a positive impression or to help you guys within this first season? And what did you, in your first season, describe that a little bit, making the jump from college and where were you like, okay, I got to get a lot better in this area?
Yeah. I mean, first off, besides even skill, skill set aside, it's really just pace of play. The pace of play is so fast. Mm-hmm. And the secret sauce of what I'm learning right now is the pace is extremely fast, but it's a fine line of playing fast and not being too sped up. At times I caught myself go so sped up that you tend to make more mistakes. You tend to play off balance more. The guys in the league that you see night in and night out that have the most success aren't the most athletic. They're not the most fast, like James Harden per se, Stephen Curry per se, guys like that, even LeBron at his level, he plays at his pace. And I know those are elite guys, but they figured out a pace of play so that's comfortable for their game so that they maintain it. And I think figuring that out and able to, the way that you play, allow that to make an effect on the game without being too sped up is kind of something that I'm still figuring out. Because you want to go out there, especially as a rookie, things are going to be going a million miles an hour. You're going to have coaching from not just the coaches, but the players that want to see you succeed. You're going to have 15 guys in your ear every day when you're coming in. And then you're also going to have the people that are in your corner, telling you to go out there and to not try to do too much. It's just a lot of things going on, but it's just to find your comfortability in playing your game, but also adjusting to the pace of play. That's the tough thing coming straight in.
Yeah. Hutch, man, we really appreciate your time and joining us. Really happy to see you doing well. Your brother, man, he's like 6'8" now. He grew up overnight. He's like 6'8" now. So who knows if we can get him on the court and get him right. Maybe he can join you, but we appreciate it, man. It's good to see you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I appreciate talking.
Yep, sir. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Chandler.
Okay, sounds good. You guys take care.
You too. All right. So, Ronnie, next pick is about to pop in. Obviously, Isaac Okoro announced to Cleveland. And then next up is Onyeka Okongwu to Atlanta, as we predicted on our draft board. What are your thoughts first on Isaac Okoro? Then I'll give my thoughts on Okoro.
Again, man, at the top of our draft party, I kind of mentioned that was one of the guys I liked because I just like the defensive end.
Yep.
Sharif Cooper, our guy Sharif Cooper, who got a lot of attention in high school. And that team was really great. We had their coach on the pod before. They got a lot of publicity that year. They finished number 2 in the Fab 50. And we said, shit, they're kind of, a good team, and Sharif kind of mans the ship there. But they had to have to be that good, Devin, they had to have Isaac and other guys had to be really damn good. And obviously Isaac is pretty damn good. We kind of saw a little bit of glimpse of it at the Ballislife All-American game. He was a smart kid. He was attentive. Obviously that's a loose atmosphere, but there was something about him that was serious, and he took the game serious, and he's a winner.
Yeah.
Just something about him that teams like. He's a glue guy, intangible guy. Again, you're taking that at that high of a pick. That's like, wow, at the 5th pick, but maybe he is that good. And maybe some of his offensive skill, like you said, is reps and working on and just reps and getting in the gym, because you can't replicate what he can do on the defensive end.
For sure. I really think that this is another intriguing pick.
You're showing Onyeka and his family. His mom, Kate, really worked really hard.
Yeah, just real quick on Okoro, I was connecting with Metta Sandiford-Artest, who I think we're going to be able to get on here in a couple of minutes.
Sure.
He Okoro's, a big time.
He's a kind of like
two-way defender, slasher, kind of the open court, finisher, athlete that is pretty sought after in the NBA right now. The 6th pick is in. And it's really great to hear Big O's name called. He's been through a lot with the death of his brother Nnamdi in a skateboarding accident. I think that was Nnamdi's senior year. Yeah, 2014.
Ago, it's been a long.
Seems like, man, seems like it was just yesterday. But yeah, Big O. I mean, you look at him here on the screen, tears in his eyes. He's got Atope with him. His mom, Kate.
Yeah.
Just want to take a quick stall and watch, a little bit of Big O. But man,
yeah,
I think
people are so happy for him.
Yeah, as far as he's a hard worker. He's humble. He's a great kid, and basketball wise, he does a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
he can block shots. He can switch out on screens and contain guards. He also can score with his back to the basket.
There's a lot we could say about him, but the main thing is Chandler mentioned it. Relax, playing under control and under speed. Now, he doesn't have the ball in his hands per se, but he does that without the ball. He just never out of position. He never jumps when he shouldn't really. I could say, go for pump fakes that he doesn't need to. He's not going to foul out and make dumb plays. He makes smart plays, and he's always done that. He just has always had that, to his game, a moxie, to say, as an inside player.
Yeah.
Chandler did mention that, playing relaxed. And Chandler said, he said he's still working on that. He's been in the NBA for a while. And I think Onyeka has that as an interior player. And that's not something you always see in an interior player. You trust him. You know what you're going to get. Couple block shots, 7-8 rebounds, 12 points. And Devin, maybe he can hit that trail 3 and really have an awesome career.
Who hit a big 3 for the Lakers back in the day? Metta Sandiford-Artest. Big 3. Kobe passed him the basketball, and he drilled that 3 against the Celtics. Metta, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for joining.
You too, man. Shout out to my brother Kobe, man. Great to speak to you guys. How's everything going?
It's going good, man. We're just tracking this draft here. Have you been watching it all? You've been following the picks?
I haven't watched.
Okay.
I didn't really get a chance, but I'm sure it's going to be exciting. A couple people hit me up, and it was just so much. It's just so different, right? We're used to June, the draft. So I just kind of got sidetracked, but I heard LaMelo will going to the Hornets, huh?
Yeah, he did. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Melo, man?
You said what?
What are your thoughts on Melo?
I thought he would go number 1.
Okay.
Who went number 1, actually? Number 1, number 2?
Anthony Edwards from Georgia.
Wow, he's good?
Yeah, he's good.
Who went number 2?
James Wiseman from Memphis.
Big center.
Okay. Well, I think I think Melo's like really good. I think he's going to be like. I thought he would go number 1. That's not taking into consideration the other players,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure they were probably a little older too than Melo.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Metta, give us a little rundown of your memories of the night you got drafted, number 16 overall to the Bulls in 1999.
Yeah, when I got drafted, it was a great feeling. I wanted to go to the Knicks. I went to the Bulls, which is great, but I was like, I had my Knicks outfit on under. I had my Knicks practice uniform under my suit. So when I didn't get drafted, I was like, I saw the Knicks general manager.
Yeah.
So briefly, and he said like, good luck. He actually gave me a thumbs up, and I gave him a thumbs up. But in my mind, I was like, I was pissed. But I went to the Bulls, and great night. A lot of marijuana that night.
Okay, all right.
I was young and wild, and just had a great time.
Let's talk about that.
I appreciate the candid. I like that.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
Metta, your buddies from Riverside Church, Elton and Lamar, and I know Lamar didn't play with you guys all the time, but they go one of them goes 1, one of them goes 4, and then you go a little later. Did you get to hang out with them? Were you guys all at the draft itself and then hooked up later, or were they somewhere else? Take us back to what your New York guys were doing that night.
Well, that day,
yeah,
I ordered like 2 buses, like Greyhound type buses, and
yeah,
had my neighborhood come up. So I was more with like my mom came, my mother, my children came, my dad, and like a bunch of my dudes from the hood. Some of them's not living. And that was it. We just partying, got drunk. I was more with my hood more than like my colleagues or my peers.
Yeah, you weren't with your team, your teammates so much. You're more with your Queensbridge guys, and you know that must have been a great moment. You know, there was a lockout that season before. It kind of, and you had a good freshman season, but you didn't come off the block like you wanted to at St. John's. What were you thinking in there, and then how much did that lockout affect what happened, or did you kind of know, look, after this sophomore year, I'm going, I'm gonna be out?
I knew the only reason I knew I was gonna go out because I knew like if I play against any of these NBA players, I'm gonna shut them down. But one of the things was I wasn't a great scorer, so I knew I had work to do. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I wanted to work. So with that being said, I didn't have the seasons I wanted to have early. Like I'm so competitive, so my thought process is I'm the best. But I was averaging 12 points, averaged 11 points my second year in the NBA. It wasn't what I really wanted. But with that being said, it was fun.
Now, was
Metta,
that
go ahead, Ronnie. Go ahead.
Was that because Chicago was kind of in rebuilding mode and they were bringing in players? You guys were young. It was that kind of the issue, or did you just need to mature and find your niche in the league?
We sucked. We sucked. We were a bad team. I mean, we were young, but you're in the NBA. There's no excuse. You're not good. And I was averaging 12 points. Imagine that, averaging 12 points. You ain't going to the playoffs with that average.
Yeah.
You need to be a little higher than that. So we were young, and other teams were way better.
Metta, you made your mark as a defender, as a lockdown guy. At what point did you say, okay, I got to get this offense rolling?
I was always trying to get it rolling. That's why my percentage was so low, because I just kept shooting throughout my career. I didn't care. I see these guys be holding the ball, be like a second left. They don't want to shoot. I shoot everything. Except when I was with Kobe.
Yeah, take us a little bit through playing with Kobe Bryant and what he meant to you as a mentor and a teammate.
He meant a lot because he was so competitive, and he taught you more. He taught you how to push yourself. He taught you how to take your competition to the next level. So playing with Kobe was really it was a blessing. But with that being said, we had so many dogs on that team. We had a lot of dogs on that team. You get it?
Yeah.
We had a lot of dogs on that team. So, Kobe had a really good support system. Hey, sorry.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you guys obviously had a good team. Now take us back to the actual draft night, Metta. You're going to get drafted, but maybe you don't know where you're going to fall. Share with our listeners and our viewers. What does that feel like? What were you? How did you feel that? And obviously you're happy, but what was your agent telling you? And as the picks are coming in 13, 14, what's your mindset there?
Well, I thought I would go top 10. Because if you look at everybody who went in front of me, and I put Lamar went in front, Steve Franchise went in front, Trajan Langdon went in front, William Avery went in front, Sean Marion, Wally Zerbiak. Yeah. So when I saw all these things, I'm like I at least should go top 10.
Yeah.
I said franchise, Baron Davis, Richard Hamilton. But I went 16. I thought at least I would go 15, which for me, 15 was lottery because that's the Knicks. Going to the Knicks is lottery for me. But then when I dropped at 16, I was like, okay, whatever. I was a little disappointed, but it's okay.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Ronnie, go ahead.
Yeah, now going forward, other guys in the league and guys trying to make the league. Now, did you know Jamel Thomas from Providence at all? The New York guy?
530.
Yeah.
That's his nickname.
Yeah.
I know Jamel.
He didn't hear his name get called, but he did play in the league. Does the public understand how hard it is to make the league? Or do they just kind of have this notion that they just there to criticize and to try to Monday morning quarterback, so to say? Do they understand how hard it is and how good some of these guys are that are not star players?
I was really surprised that Jamel Thomas didn't make it. I mean, I thought he was going pro, but I was really surprised when he didn't make it. There's a lot of guys I was surprised. Even like Shem got well. I think Shem went like second round or something. I was like, I just really couldn't believe it. But it's so many players. You got players in Europe. You got players coming from Africa, from Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of competition out there.
Yeah. Real quick update on the draft. Detroit took Killian Hayes, the point guard who was playing in Germany last year. And then the New York Knicks took Obi Toppin from Dayton, 4-year guy who, jumped onto draft radars late last season. And he's a monster, man. Ronnie, he's a pick and roll lob catcher, multi-positional defender, high motor guy. I think Metta would like a guy like that on his team because he's tough, and Metta was that same way.
Well, like it's a lot of people out there, like players that look up to different players. Like I looked up to like Rodman or the '80s style basketball, and like so I was like, okay, if I can get to the NBA, if I play like that. Yeah. And people are looking at. You never know what players who players are looking at. Yeah. For inspiration. And in the NBA, you could fit 3 scorers on one team, but for the most part, you got to have somebody to rebound. You got to have somebody to shoot threes. You got to have somebody to defend, right? So I think these players are starting to understand that. Okay. So yeah.
What are your thoughts on the kind of the way that the NBA game is going? Lots of threes. Some people say not a whole lot of defense, but you see sometimes, especially in the playoffs, people lock in. What are your thoughts on kind of the current way the NBA is being played and the scoring just continues to go up?
Well, I don't know if the scoring is going up more than the rules are changing. Okay. Even though the scoring is going up.
Sure. Yeah, I get you. I get what you mean. Yeah.
The rules.
The rules are changing. So like, in the NBA, when we played, you could use your hand, you could hand check, you could use your arm, you could use your they call it the arm bar. You could do all this type of stuff, which made it difficult to score. So like I'm not saying that this era can't compete with the other era, but what I'm saying is it is a little different. It is a little bit different. But with that being said, I think both eras would have been able to compete with each other. Okay. I think both eras it's just different rules, but they had to change the rules. If they would have never changed the rules, because the American style of basketball is rougher. Now, I played in Europe. It seems like it's rougher in Europe because they don't call fouls.
Gotcha.
They don't call certain fouls, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but in order to play an American style basketball is a little bit different. So they had to change the rules. So the Europeans and all the foreigners, even a foreigners from Africa, even the black foreigners, it didn't matter. America's style of basketball is just different. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So people couldn't compete. That's why you wasn't getting no foreigners, because they come into America, we biting down. We biting down. And only a few people could deal with that bite down.
Yeah, it was. So you're saying it was kind of something the NBA wanted because they wanted to promote the world basketball worldwide and get bigger, grow their brand.
I mean, you saw the game. Look at the games over the years before it became a global brand. When the old NBA, there was no foreigners, and we was going to these other countries and blowing them out. Yeah, they couldn't keep up. So now the rules has changed on FIBA and NBA. They changed the rules so it could be more inclusive.
Interesting. That's
it's more marketable.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metta, talk a little bit about coming into the league. What's the one thing that the viewers or listeners that most rookies are not prepared for? What were you not prepared for that these guys are going to have to be prepared for going forward?
Well, I would say like basketball is a fun game, right? So yeah. But with basketball, it's not your life. It's like it's a detachment from your actual life in the game. There's nothing that connects you to basketball but your mind. Yeah. So sometimes people, because of basketball, you become so wealthy and so many other things come with this round ball. And then we attach ourselves to the basketball. And then we attach ourselves sometimes, not everyone, But then sometimes if you attach yourselves to everything that comes with the basketball, because now everybody's gravitating towards this basketball. The basketball has no feelings, no mind, but it's controlling you sometimes, depending on who you are. So I would just say beware. Be very wary of these different opportunities that's going to present itself. Stay humble, have kids when you're ready, that type of stuff. Buy nice real estate early if you can, more than the jewelry. Buy the real estate if you can, if it makes sense for you. Don't let too many things go to your head, but enjoy it. You are special. If you made it to the NBA, you're definitely special, but just be wary of everything that could potentially, change you for the worse, such as it did me for a period of time and other players that came before and after. So just be a little bit wary, and don't let the basketball actually change you. Just stay the course, stay positive, stay yourself, stay humble, have a great time, all that stuff.
Metta, you got two kids playing college basketball. I'm not sure if Ron the third is still at CSUN. Is he still there?
Mm-hmm.
And then Jerron is at UC Irvine with our friends, Russ and Ryan Battertelli, good dudes down there. How are they doing? And, are you looking forward to, watching them back on the court in the upcoming weeks here?
They're doing great. Ron is doing great. Jerron's doing great. They're doing good at school. They're doing good at basketball. And I'm just excited. I'm an excited parent, and I hope that they continue to push forward. I hope they all go to the NBA. They want to go to pro, so I hope they do it. And so it's exciting.
Everyone seems to have like a welcome to the NBA type moment. Do you have one, and do you remember what it was? Can you describe it for us?
Well, I don't know if I had a welcome because I was just wild.
Yeah.
I think I welcomed the NBA.
For sure.
Welcome to Metta. Welcome to Artest.
You were welcoming the NBA to you, is what you're saying?
I was wild, man. Yeah, I know.
we definitely know, man. We definitely know.
I almost got kicked out before the brawl.
So you kind of mentioned you guys weren't a very good team. So you're kind of wild. You're a young guy. You only did 2 years of college. So was it a veteran or was it a coach that kind of, like you said, it started clicking and you started getting it? You started figuring out how to stick. Was it anybody in particular that did that, or was it a player or a coach?
Well, nobody could get through to me when I was younger. When I was younger, nobody could get through to me.
Sure.
Whereas, like when I'm a veteran, I talk to a young player. It was certain players I couldn't get through to. It was just certain things. I'm like, yo, all right, I'm here. I'm a vet. I know you're trying to make it. I think you should be doing things a little bit different.
Sure.
But there's some guys I did get through. When I was young, I wish I would have let more people in.
Yeah.
I wish I would have been more vulnerable.
Were you just like so tough? Like, I ain't listening to that.
Yeah, I'm not listening to nobody.
Yeah.
Which is not the right approach.
Yeah. That makes sense. Cool, Metta. We appreciate your time, man. It's really good to talk to you and have you on here with us. Hopefully we can get you on another podcast down the line, man.
Absolutely. Shout out to Ballislife.
There we go.
You already know ball is everything. Ball is life. I love you guys, and keep it up. I'll see you soon.
We appreciate it, Ron.
Thank you. Devin, we're obviously going through some picks here, but I think a guy like you said, Isaac Okoro, is kind of similar to Metta coming out of St. John's a little bit. It just got to do that offense. But
yeah, I'm too young for Metta coming out of St. John's, so you got to take me through.
Strong body, similar 6'6" frame. He can handle it a little bit. Not a great shooter. Kind of what I'm thinking from Isaac at that fifth pick. That was a few minutes back, but Isaac's just more mature in my opinion. And Metta's a wild guy, a wild kid. And like he said, he brought a bus load of people to party and all night on the draft from Queens, and he was hanging out with his family, and he finally figured it out. And luckily for him, he had the talent to stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they would have got rid of his ass, obviously, if he didn't have the talent. So
for sure. For sure. The ninth pick is in. Ronnie, Washington Wizards selected Denny Avdija. Hope I'm saying that right. Denny Avdija. He's kind of a 6'9" hybrid forward. We're gonna get our draft board up here. Alex, the intern, getting on it before I even ask for it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So a couple movements here. Patrick Williams, Okoro, Big O win as expected. Killian Hayes went to Detroit, 3 spots up from where I thought he fit really well in Phoenix, especially with Chris Paul there now. Kind of learned the NBA game from Chris Paul. And then Obi Obi and Denny dropped a few spots.
Let's talk about Obi for a minute.
Yeah.
College Player of the Year. You know he's solid. People are just, is it the hung up on upside? He's as good as he can be. Is that what the problem is here? Is there something else?
No, I don't think so. Hang on. I think the biggest problem is lack of upside. I think he is what he is.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to be really good at what he does. And we've been talking all night about starring in your role. Jared Dudley brought that up earlier on in the show.
Why can't he be a Kenyon Martin?
He might be. Why not? I mean, Kenyon Martin was. I mean, obviously he was the number one pick, right? Even though he broke his leg. He broke his leg at Cincinnati the year before that. Yeah. But I think he could be in that. That's a good little comp there, Ronnie. That mold of high energy, run the floor, catch lobs, dunk, guard multiple spots. I'm not sure if he's as mean as Kenyon Martin was. That still remains to be seen. But if he can be as mean as Kenyon Martin, I mean, that's a nice. He's going to carve out a nice career for himself.
Yeah, I think so. So that's an interesting pick. I'm going to look at that pick down the line and say, some teams screwed up, or they knew that was a good pick and they knew what they were doing there at that spot. It was he ninth.
Abdija
went 9 to Washington. So
Toppin went 8 to New York.
Yep. So
all right, we got
again. New York fans have been waiting for something to pop, and boy, they better done that right. And
we got the king of NBA comedy about to pop in here.
Great.
Let's let him in. Let's let Josiah Johnson in. There he is. The big dog. He's connecting to audio right now. Josiah Johnson, the king of NBA comedy on Twitter and Instagram and any social media platform you can find. How you doing, my friend?
What's going on, Legend? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you? Everything good?
I can't complain, man. I'm doing well. How you doing?
Tuning into this draft. You watch any of this draft? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. I'm curious to see how LaMelo works out with Charlotte, but it seems like it's going kind of as scripted pretty much right now. I loved Obi going to the Knicks. I just saw his little thing he did. Good to see New Yorkers have somebody to be able to rally behind. Hopefully the franchise don't let them down, but
the New York franchise has been letting a lot of people down the last few years, man.
Yeah, that we were talking about that. You're going to look back a few years at that pick and be like, oh man, the Knicks messed up again, or that's going to be a hell of a pick.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to run that clip a couple of years from now when they're back in the playoffs again to be like, this was the moment where it all shifted, or they're going to run that clip and it's going to be more Knicks slander. You know how the game goes.
And you'll be the first one on the slander, I'm sure, bro.
Yeah, Knicks fans are they're super, like Knicks fans will clown each other, but they get super sensitive when you come from like an outsider does. So I've kind of toned it down because I don't want no beef with New York. I'm trying to keep the East-West relations all good to go.
Dive in a little bit more on Melo. You've been around the game a lot. You played the game. Your brother, dad, you're just a basketball family. What are your thoughts on LaMelo Ball as far as a player and how he's going to fit in the NBA?
Well, it's a funny thing. We've had a lot of discussion debates over the years, whether LeVar made the right decision, kind of taking him, pulling him out of high school, taking him pro in Lithuania, then bringing him back and starting the JBA. My older brother, Chris, was actually a coach in the JBA with Charles O'Bannon. So right. I got to go to games and see that. And I think, it's worked out. Obviously, Melo's top 3 pick. So it's hard to deny that. And obviously the way that the world's going now, it wasn't like he would have got a true college experience anyway. So you got to kind of give it up to LeVar. I think LeVar deserves his flowers now. I know he's super critical of him, but we've been able to do with Lonzo and LaMelo. And obviously we'll see if Jello at some point down the road can get it right and get in there too. But two top 3 picks, in a matter of years, obviously putting Chino Hills on the map and what that squad's been able to do. So I'm super excited. Obviously LaMelo has some issues with his game, got to work on defense. He's kind of still playing that Chino Hill style of ball where they're going to just, shoot, it's just the most unorthodox, they're going to shoot 30, 40 times a game. So that's not really going to be what he's going to be able to see in the league. But definitely a team like Charlotte, I think, can use him. And I'm excited, man. Obviously, I'm a big Melo guy. I've been rocking since he was, since he skipped the 8th grade to become a freshman on that, undefeated team. And I saw that. I was like, man, this dude's going to be a real one. So I'm glad to see that it's all worked out.
Yeah, he's built a little different. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah, it happened so fast. And it now seems like so long ago in essence. What do you think about his teammate going 6? Obviously, he's a 3-6, Onyeka Okongwu from USC. You know, he's kind of much more reserved. You know, he kind of went the more conventional path. He stayed at Chino Hills. You know, do you like his game, and do you see him? What type of player do you see him, or is there any comparison that you have for him?
I mean, it's hard. I'm not a big, obviously, SC guy with the whole family doing the UCLA thing, but obviously, I followed his trajectory and watched his game. I think it's just a dude, and obviously, I saw a story of his older brother, kind of in that whole situation going on, and how they kind of rallied behind that moment, what he's been able to do and step up. And obviously, he was a baller at USC. I went to literally right before the pandemic shut everything down. UCLA and SC played each other. I want to say that might have been the last even game before, you know, all this stuff went haywire. But just, you know, the way he leads that squad, as hard as he plays, just the dominant force that he is. Man, I'm excited to see him, you know, in the league. I think there's been comps like Gerald Wallace, people like that, but I think he's got, I mean, look, he can step his game up to a whole nother level. So I'm excited for him. And like I said, I'm rocking with Chino Hills. SoCal guys, they're not quite LA, but they're close enough, so we got to embrace them.
That's that Gerald Wallace one's an interesting comp. I like it. If he can get I mean, Gerald Wallace wasn't a great 3-point shooter, but if O can get that trail three at the NBA level to be able to knock that down and pick and pop situations too, I mean, he could be a deadly player, you know, two-way guy, defense, rebounding, run the floor. I like that comp. I like that. Josiah, you mentioned UCLA basketball. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Let's do it.
They're coming into their own again. I mean, Mick Cronin, he's kind of a hard-nosed guy, not the whole, you know, flashy Los Angeles Westwood guy, but I mean, maybe that's the dude they needed. What are your thoughts on his early performance there?
So you think about a guy like John Wooden, obviously known for never cursing, known for, you know, right. He's got his own kind of thing. And then you see Mick is kind of the complete opposite of that. You know, he's yelling at guys, getting their stuff, but really love what Mick's been able to do, come in with the program, get these guys in the right direction. They were playing some great basketball before the shutdown. He really had them focused and kind of revitalized and looking to make some noise, hopefully in the NCAA tournament. But I think this squad coming back, Chris Smith returning, they've got some dogs, man. I think we got just a good crew of guys. I love Jaime, I love Jake, I love, you know, the young bucks. I'm excited to see what they're doing, and obviously even looking ahead to next year with Peyton coming in.
Yep.
It's you know, you like what's going on in Westwood. These guys, you know, Mick is a guy who wants his type of guys, and it's not going to be a thing that works for everybody. A lot of people may not want to play that style of ball, but if you come play, he's going to get you, you know, to play at the highest level possible and night in and night out. I think as a Bruin fan, we can really appreciate the product that he's putting out. These guys, you know, they may lose games, but it's not going to be from a lack of effort or toughness or playing hard. And like I said, to see the way the freshmen stepped up with Kyman and Jaime, just, you know, obviously two guys from great families that are SoCal guys, just to see the way they've kind of embraced it and just how hard they play, man. I just love watching Jaime's game, just how he moves on the court. You know what I mean? It just, I was, you know, obviously Carl Lewis passed away. Yeah. I've been watching, you know, just, you know, a lot of highlights, forgetting that, you know, that Jaime was on that squad as well, but just seeing the way that those dudes played together. So, you know, Jaime, I think obviously going to help him get to the next level. And I'm excited for Westwood, man. I think UCLA fans got a lot to be excited about.
Yeah. You mentioned Carl, it's really talented 6'10" center, played at Compton High School in Linwood. He was shot dead yesterday, unfortunately. I mean, you hate to see this happen, man, and it's happening, you know, far too often. Another Compton kid who was going to go play for Tony at Compton High, a 14-year-old was shot and killed, and he had a really bright future. You hate to see it, but you were around Carl a little bit because he played for the Truth with Chris coached him a little bit. Give us a little intel on, you know, your experiences with Carl.
I think, you know, he's a guy that my brother really, you know, it's funny, like we were doing workouts at Linwood and stuff a few years ago, but Pops came through, everybody came through, and you just see the kid, and it's just like, this kid is, you know, lottery pick. Like, you know, it's tough even watching the lottery now, just knowing if he could have got his life on the right trajectory, that he would have been one of those names. I think just freakish athleticism. Yeah. Just, I mean, you know, the skill and ability and just in-game shooting threes, pulling up, just doing stuff that, yeah, you know, you don't, you know, as you get mesmerized when you see at that level, it's a lot more common now than when I was coming up before that, because, you know, we were relegated to just playing 4 or 5 and you just kept your butt in the post, and that's kind of what it was. But just to see, I mean, I think it's tragic for the community. LA's been taking a lot of L's lately in the hoop community. Sure. And, you know, I've seen, you know, Barron and other guys talking about just situation. I think it's all on us as you know, the previous generation to help these guys out, be more of a outlet resource, because there's no, like, you know, you see these guys that can really make a difference, you know, financially, but be able to get to that next level and be able to do a lot of great things with that, and you get their families in situations that are better than what they're dealing with living in, you know, the Compton and cities like that. But it just hurts, man. It hurts to see a kid with so much talent, so much promise, you know, have his life taken so soon. And I know it's literally my brother's birthday today. He had to find that out yesterday. Yeah. And it's like, you know, he's been dealing with it. It's been tough, but just a kid that, he genuinely loved, man. There's nothing he would have done for him. And, just to see, that situation, man, it's just, the whole city's heartbroken, man. It's just, a terrible situation. Pray for him and his family. I know he just lost his pops recently too. So he was going through some stuff. So it's just, going into holiday, just a real terrible situation for his family to be in. But, that's what it is, man.
Yep.
You talked about that and some pitfalls, Josiah. Obviously you've been around players who played in the NBA and your father as well. Now in this new age of instant 24/7 access and 24/7 information, what's in your experience, what is the number one pitfall these guys are facing right now, going into the league or coming into a lot of money, just based on your experiences and your knowledge of social media and things like that?
Well, social, you talk about the cancel culture and things like that. It's just, it has an ability, like you even seen the stuff with Anthony Edwards that kind of got reported, yesterday, which is, you see the power and ability it has. It's weird because social is not real and obviously doesn't impact reality. And obviously the Timberwolves saw whatever they saw and they said, hey, we're going to take this guy number one. And that is what it is. But you just see the way the information, especially, looking at the election, just things going on, the way the information can be, misinformed and disseminated. And it's tough for these guys. They're young. They don't have a lot of training. It's like, a lot of times you look in the media and people are trying to burn guys or make their name. So a guy might say something to slip up or do something, and now they're going to run with that and make him look terrible, which is, a situation that guys deal with. So it's just hard for these guys, whether, at any point you can just see that things happen on social where you can get canceled, or you can get whatever things may happen. So for young guys that aren't really, media savvy and trained like that, that's what you hope they get, some semblance of in college, just kind of making that next level. Hopefully they have people, a support team around them that can help them out with those regards. But social's a beast, man. It's a daily thing, and you do one thing or slip up or say one bad thing or accidentally tweet something that you thought was a DM or whatever it may be, and your whole life can change. I think of the NFL draft a couple years ago with the guy with the gas mask bong that gets dropped, literally, but, 5 the draft starts and he slips a bunch of spots, and that's, a multi-million-dollar mistake that, you think about the situation with Ronnie recently, getting out of social media, doing what he was doing. It's like these type of things, they're not necessarily going to ruin your life, but they're going to be detrimental and damaging. So I tell guys just to be smart. Don't necessarily, like, I deal in comedy, so I can use it for certain things. But if you got college coaches watching you, what image do you want to project when they come to your page and they look at your account and see the type of stuff you're talking about? Are they going to see a guy that they want to invest in and give a scholarship to, or they want to draft, or are they looking at the guy who he might be a red flag, let me stay away?
That's great advice, because, we try to tell these kids all the time, be careful what you tweet, be careful what you put on your IG and your IG story. Coaches are watching, and they take that character very seriously. Josiah, you had a Comedy Central show, Legends of Chamberlain Heights, and after that, you spun that into, your Twitter. I don't want to say fame, but your Twitter hilarity. Is creativity like that always come to you, and been able to find just something funny in literally everything that happens?
I think it's something that's passed down generationally. Like my dad was a theater arts major at UCLA, obviously an actor. More people know him from White Man Can't Jump and rob the liquor store scene than nowadays, than the fact that he was a Wooden Award winner, 5-time All-Star, all that good stuff. Sure. So, it just trickles down. Like, we've always been interested in entertainment. I've been blessed and fortunate enough to be surrounded by it my whole life growing up in LA and, getting the opportunities that I've been able to get. But passed down from my dad and my brother. My brother's older brother, Chris, one of the funniest dudes you can find. Anybody that played with him in UCLA in that era just knows that he was obviously one of the toughest guys on the court, but in the locker room, he's a guy that can really keep the mood light, keep people laughing, keep things calm. So I think that's trickled down to me. And obviously being a hooper, being in a locker room with 10, 12 guys, like, you guys are going to go at each other, you're going to joke around, you're going to clown. So you got to be tough, you got to be mentally ready to go, and you got to be quick with it. So that's all things that really helped me with social. So I'm just blessed and fortunate to be able to take some of that stuff that we may, jokes we may crack in the locker room, not be able to put those on Twitter, obviously the ones that are safe for work and all that good stuff, but to see the response and to see people, I feel like, Woj and Shams and all those guys, they have like the technical, the news and all that stuff covered. My stuff is more like, look, I can get analytical with you and get all that, but I'd rather just make some jokes and kind of enjoy the game and not take it too seriously.
Yeah. So just to update everybody on the last couple picks here, if you're not tuning into ESPN, the Suns took Jalen Smith out of Maryland at number 10. Interesting pick. I kind of like it, actually. The Spurs took Devin Vassell from Florida State at 11, and the Kings just drafted Tyrese Halliburton, the point guard from Iowa State, which is an interesting pick to me, Ronnie, Tyrese Halliburton, because, his percentage shooting wise at the college level is good. but you have De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton in the same backcourt. That's interesting to me. What are your thoughts, Ronnie?
That raises a flag. Are they going to use one of them as a trade?
Maybe.
Or what are they doing there? Tyrese is a good player, and Fox, obviously we always follow him because we kind of always watch his trajectory, how he's doing, because we're always comparing him to Lonzo in that draft.
Yeah.
So, is he going to be there long term? Because obviously the Lakers moved on from Lonzo, so it'd be interesting to see how long they stay with De'Aaron. So that's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, Josiah, if you tuned into any like Halliburton, or you follow college basketball that closely?
It's funny, man. I haven't seen a ton of Halliburton play today, but he actually followed me this morning. So I woke up, I'm like, oh, this legend. So I just wish him good luck, and obviously hope that he ended up going where he wanted to go. I know he kind of dropped a little bit, but sometimes those things can be motivating factors and get you really excited and amped. I'm really more concerned with, you really think about it, and it hasn't really grasped in that these guys don't get a summer league. They don't get that time now to really be pros, whether they're playing with Rico up at UCLA or playing, with Brickley out in NY or wherever it may be, to get that adjustment period, which is kind of, I think, so crucial that summer before going into the league. So we're going to really see what's going on. I think that's kind of adjusted how teams have picked and how we've moved and shaped, but you're going to see some, I think, guys that have had some experience at college and played a little bit longer are going to be ready and more prepared for this particular season. I don't know over the long run how that'll break down, but I'm interested to see, because a lot of these guys didn't get the tournament, didn't get that whole period to really go out there and do it. And some guys were supposed to be social distancing that weren't, but whatever it may be, they've kind of figured it out and worked around it. But it's a tough situation to be in. I think this might be one of the toughest, for rookie class. Obviously, it was a weak draft, but now coupled with the fact that they didn't even get, time to prep and get ready to go, man, I think it's going to be curious to see. I'm curious to see who kind of rises to the top from this crew. It's not like we got like Zion and Ja last year, where we know like these two dudes are going to be battling. Obviously, if Zion's healthy for rookie of the year, and other guys are going to be able to fit in, but
wide open.
We got that dog this year.
There could be a situation where a late first rounder or even a second rounder ends up being, one of the top 5 players of this specific draft. Let's move on to the Lakers. Got back in the championship in fold here, and then a move earlier on this week and bringing in Dennis Schroeder from Oklahoma City, sending Danny Green off. I mean, in my opinion, man, that kind of puts them back again. Like, they're defending champions, but it kind of puts them back in that spot to be the favorites, to have that kind of guy coming off the bench potentially, or starting, who knows, but that kind of guy is 6th man of the year candidate last year. I mean, what are your thoughts on that move, Josiah?
I think, look, I'm a big Danny Green fan. Obviously, he didn't deliver the way I think Lakers fans would have hoped to in the finals, and you kind of see the writing on the wall that he probably wasn't going to be in their long-term plans. I think it's a good move. You get a good young guy who's coming up off one of his best seasons in his career. I've always been a fan of Schroeder and just kind of how he operates and how he moves. It's funny. It's like I grew up in the Aaron Brooks days, and he kind of looks just like him. So I always whenever I look at this dude, I'm always, for a second, I'm always like, oh, this looks like
he does.
He looks just, but to see the way he moves and he plays out there in the style that he has. I think any guy that LeBron embraces. I know we saw the clip of them hugging, during the game, but LeBron is smart, Clutch is smart. They've kind of had their moves in place, and you hate to see a guy like Danny go, but obviously getting back-to-back championships, I'm sure he's not complaining. But he just got traded again right to the Sixers. So
Sixers, yep.
Very possible that he sees LeBron and the Lakers again in the finals this year, just depending on how things pan out. But I like the move. I know Drew Holiday's name was kind of mentioned in the mix, and I'm a big Drew fan. Just obviously what he's been able to do and the weight that his family name holds in LA. So I would love to see him be able to come back to the Lakers, but couldn't get him. So I think Schroeder's a great choice.
Josiah Johnson, man, we really appreciate the time. We appreciate you joining. Make sure you guys follow Josiah on Twitter at King Josiah 54. What's your IG handle?
Same thing. Yeah, man. Appreciate
King
you
Josiah
guys,
54.
bro.
Yeah.
Keep grinding, man. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, tell Chris we said happy birthday, okay?
All right.
We'll talk to you soon.
I appreciate you guys.
I mean, he has a lot of.
Hey, here's the thing
because he's been around people.
People don't know. Like, they see Josiah on Instagram and Twitter as a funny guy who posts, funny reactions to things, but he understands the game.
Yeah, he understands the game. His dad played in the NBA.
He played the game at a pretty high level in high school.
At a high level in high school and in college. And I think he brought up some good points of, he's not following every single pick that we have coming up to the T, but he's just giving good knowledge. And he's right about, just what you post and what your demeanor is on social media and who you're listening to. I think Ron Artest kind of mentioned that too. he didn't want to listen to nobody. So I think Josiah kind of gets that in terms of, players should have some mentorship. He obviously had some great mentorships and been around a lot of people who are successful in Los Angeles, whether it's in entertainment, whether it's basketball. So he has great insight. And I kind of know him as a player more too. I remember like the TJ Cummings type years at UCLA, Lavin's last years. That's what I kind of remember Josiah as, more than obviously I'm getting to know him as a great social media type of personality, but he delivers a lot of insight. And if you take away some of that, just the funny things he say, he actually has a lot of good things to say.
Yeah. So the 13th pick just came in. The New Orleans Pelicans selected, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, Kyra Lewis Jr. from Alabama, a point guard. We talked a little bit about him earlier, Ronnie. Good size, 6'5", rangy, wingspan, big time athlete. But he's also a really, really good creator in the open floor. Good passer, great court vision. And you watch a little bit of the clips here. He pushes the pace, and I think he's one of those guys who translates pretty well to that NBA level as far as understanding and being used to the pace of the game. What are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I like this pick too. I see him here. Some of these highlights they're showing, and he's good defensively. He's fast in the open court. I haven't seen a lot of smaller guards that are fast. Just get out there and move. So he obviously New Orleans obviously has something that kind of be like an insurance policy, what they're going to do, how they're going to work with the group they have now, and what they're going to do with Lonzo. Like, this guy's a change of pace. Lonzo's obviously much bigger, taller, but bringing this guy off the bench, maybe he gives him a bench spark. And that's at that pick at 15, that's a bench spark is very good in this draft.
Yeah, we got the draft board up here. If Alex, the intern, can scroll up to the top, we're going to recap you guys the picks. Look at that. I love this. I need someone to do this for me in my daily life. How much can I pay Alex per hour to do this? All right. The number 1 overall pick was Anthony Edwards to Minnesota. James Wiseman went number 2 to Golden State. LaMelo Ball went number 3 to Charlotte. Patrick Williams out of Florida State went number 4 to Chicago. Isaac Okoro from Auburn went number 5 to Cleveland. Onyeka Okongwu from USC went number 6 to Atlanta. Killian Hayes, a point guard from overseas, most recently played in Germany, went number 7 to Detroit. Obi Toppin from Dayton, a 6'9" power forward, went number 8 to the New York Knicks. Denny Avdija from Israel, played overseas in the EuroLeague, went number 9 to the Washington Wizards. Jalen Smith, a 6'10" center from Maryland, went 10 to Phoenix. Devin Vassell went 11 to San Antonio Spurs. Tyrese Halliburton fell, 4 spots on our prediction to number 12 to the Sacramento Kings. And then the latest pick is Kyra Lewis Jr., number 13 to New Orleans. And the Boston Celtics are currently on the clock. And I'm sure we could probably update that pick as well because someone's probably tweeted it out. And just as I open this, yes, Aaron Naismith from Vanderbilt. Ronnie will go number 14 to the Boston Celtics. We dived into a little bit of film from Aaron because we projected him as a lotto pick in our opening little story we did on Ballislife discussing those first 14 picks. I kind of moved him down a little bit because I had a couple of guys move ahead of him in my mock draft, like Jalen Smith and guys like that, Kyra Lewis. So Boston's going for shooting here because that's what Naismith is. He's a knockdown shooter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Boston has a good team, so if they can get a knockdown shooter off the bench, some of the they seem to be the guys they have are tough and good, but Marcus Smart is not necessarily a knockdown shooter. So if the guy can come off the bench, play a little good D, give him good minutes, that's what they need. They're a pretty complete team. They have a lot of assets. What's going on with Jaylen Brown and quote unquote the logjam they have at forward? Where are they talking about moving him?
Boston, I think they were trying to actually move Gordon Hayward. They were trying to get in that James Harden sweepstakes. And I think they tried to package a couple picks, Gordon Hayward, and Kemba Walker, I think as well, to move over and get James Harden. So it makes sense though, because you have Kemba Walker, kind of a ball dominant creating point guard who, really likes to get into the paint and put pressure on the rim. You have Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, who's more of a, face-up 17-foot mid-post operator, and he's obviously a really talented young guy. And I think Naismith is a knockdown catch and shoot guy who can come right in and give, solid minutes off the bench immediately.
Yeah, and that's what they need, a knockdown shooter off the bench. How about the guys that are coming up? Let's talk about a little bit about them. Some of the guys we like. I mentioned.
So we got to call Orlando 15. We got to call that Cole Anthony 15 to Orlando coming up here shortly.
Cole Anthony is one of the most well-known players in this draft. Also one of the guys that brings out a lot of people's emotion, or they have strong opinions.
I think it's you're either really high on him or people really don't like him.
Yeah, and I mean, based on what we saw a lot on the circuit, what we saw at Oak Hill, what we saw at North Carolina, what's the number one thing that I guess didn't work out for him this past year at Carolina? Was it slight injury? Was it too ball dominant, a little selfish? What is it that kind of dropped him?
I think a combination of all those things. The shortened season, he got injured. I don't think he was ever really himself this season. I think that, especially lacking the tournament, the NCAA tournament and the ACC tournament.
The big stage.
Because what I like most about Cole Anthony is he's battle tested. He comes from an NBA pedigree. He's played and competed at the highest levels of high school and AAU ball. So I think he's one of those guys who will come in with a chip on his shoulder and really, just kind of use the drop, because he was a top 3 guy coming out of high school.
Yeah, 3 to 4
consensus. 3 or 4 or 5, top ranked player. He'll take this fall. He's one of those guys who will turn it into motivation and use it to his advantage to carve himself out a good role in the NBA. But that being said, I think 3-point shooting, again, we have been going back to this
all our guests have been talking about that
all night long, man. You got to be able to shoot that 3 ball at the NBA level to stick, especially because, he's an athletic 6 foot, 2-ish, 3-ish point guard, maybe smaller, maybe 6'2". But again, you get to the NBA level, man, you have rim protectors like Jared Allen or Anthony Davis or Giannis, who are just that much more athletic than you and also 7 feet tall.
Yeah, you're not going to get to the rim at will. I think you're right there. I just think sometimes because of his notoriety, because of his name, as you mentioned, his pedigree, people think he is a ball dominant, and he's going to, like you said, want the ball in his hands from day one. And that may have caused some people to raise the red flag. Can he be a role player? He wasn't a role player at Oak Hill. He kind of had the green light. You kind of control, even though they had a good team, he kind of controlled the action.
He had the ball in his hands 90% of the time.
Yeah, and North Carolina is kind of the same thing. And those teams he didn't carry them to where they wanted to go for lack of better, for whatever reason. So I think that may be one of the things people are looking at. Can he fit into a role right away in the NBA?
So you look at let's take a look, at Orlando's roster. Who's their point guard?
Yeah,
that's a good point, right? We don't know who it is, so maybe he does.
Yeah. I could be here all night because I don't. The name doesn't ring a bell.
That's what I'm saying. That's kind of the point I was trying to bring up was you can't name their point guard off the top of your head because they've gone through a few. You look at like a couple of years back, Alfred Payton. Remember, he was supposed to be like really good,
and
he wasn't. The last point guard I can remember from Orlando is Jameer Nelson.
Yeah, they've been kind of a revolving door in the backcourt. They had some good picks, some good moments here, but
so DJ Augustine, obviously he's a wily veteran, been in the league for a long time. And then Markelle Fultz, we always forget about him just because of the struggles he had with Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So can Cole Anthony come in and make a push for that starting spot from those two guys? What do you think?
I don't see why not. I don't think they're, obviously people are rooting for Markelle because of the way his rocky career started. Off to a rocky start. But is his talent level warranted where you're not going to draft over him? No, you're going to try to get something to push him as much as you can. You can't rely on him to make a deep run in the East. You're just not. You're going to keep trying to upgrade the position or push him. So I could see that. There's some other guys that people are talking about are kind of the best available. Who are some of the guys you like that are the quote unquote best available?
Let's look.
I like.
Have a look. I'll pull up my little thingy here.
Yeah, I like.
Go ahead. You give me five. You give me five. I'll pick different five.
Yeah, these are just guys that I like. They're not necessarily gonna go next, but I like Isaiah Stewart. I've talked about him. Vernon Carey. I like as a value pick down the line. Marcus Howard. I just think he can stick in the NBA, give you shooting. Devon Dotson, the kid that high school American out of North Carolina, and Jameis Ramsey, the guy from Duncanville, who we saw quite a bit of. I just think he's a player who can stick in the NBA after late first round, early second round.
Okay, those are all good picks. I'll go a couple. We talked about Malachi Flynn earlier, and that's an obvious one. I like Desmond Bain from TCU. I have him in the mid first round, 21 to Philadelphia. I value shooting a lot, Ronnie, and a lot of people, our guests, have value shooting a lot. So he fits that bill. He's one of the most prolific 3-point shooters in the NCAA last year. So I like him. I like Zeke Naji from Arizona, the one and done forward. Yeah, one of those under the radar guys, the 6'9", 6'10" guy who just really grinds. You know what I mean? Can guard multiple spots. That's, again, an important factor. Rebounds, runs the floor. Can set a screen, roll to the basket, and finish. I like what Zeke could potentially bring. Another guy from the Pac-12, Tyrell Terry, the point guard from Stanford. Another one and done who was unexpected to be one and done. But he's a big-time shot maker and shot creator. Ronnie's wincing his eyes. I don't think he knows who Tyrell Terry is.
No, I'm not doing that. I was just I was looking at some online things, but
I like Tyrell Terry, and then my last one. I think Daniel Oturu from Minnesota, the 6'10" center. I think he's going to be a good NBA big man. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, those are 5 good names, and we didn't even talk about a guy Precious Achua. We didn't talk about Arden Hampton. We did, there's some good
Josh
players,
Green.
Josh Green still available. Sadiq Bey. So we named about 9 or 10 players, maybe even 11, but there's only so many picks less than that first round. We're about halfway through. We got honestly, I think the pick for Cole's coming in. If I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, it'll come in soon. They're on a commercial right now, but yeah, that'll come in soon. It's Cole Anthony.
Yeah. And at that pick,
we just had a Woj bomb. If you want me to interrupt you here, so Minnesota is going to acquire Ricky Rubio from Oklahoma City, who was part of that Chris Paul deal that ended up having Chris Paul in Phoenix, and it includes Oklahoma City sending 25 and 28 for a package that includes the 17th pick. So that's interesting. Draft day trades, gotta like those.
Oklahoma has a lot of assets.
They do. And
future picks. I mean, they got
their GM Presti. He likes his picks, man. He really likes his picks. And he does a good job with those picks.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting trade. And we'll see how this, as this first round goes from the lottery to the mid, who's going to move up, what trades are going to be announced, and who can be a good value pick. I mean, there's a lot of good players.
So Cole Anthony's pick is in. We already discussed that one. Any guys in the second round, Ronnie? Let's move down to the second round a little bit while we wait for the number 17 or the 16 pick that Houston's making. Let's move down to the second round a little bit. Any guys you see in there among the names that I have in there that are intriguing to you that people might not know?
Well, they might not know. I think Tyler Bay from Colorado.
Sure, yeah.
A Vegas kid is a good rebounder, good athlete. He can maybe be of value. The name I'm people seem to forget about, and obviously they do know him if you've been following college game for the while, is Udoka Azubuike. He's huge and strong.
Yeah,
why is he just kind of not on the radar? And Xavier Tillman kind of falls into that mix a little bit from Michigan State. What do you feel? What do you think about Udoka and a couple other guys I mentioned, Tyler?
On those two guys, when you mentioned those two names, I think like if we could mold them into one player, I think we'd have a lottery pick.
Yeah.
Because Tillman has the skill, the passing, the ball skills, the, IQ, the defensive footwork, and Udoka has the body, the athleticism, the shot blocking ability, the dunking, like things like that. If you combine those guys into one player, I mean, I think you're looking at a top 14 pick, but obviously that's not the case here. But I think to my own question, Jordan Nwora from Louisville is going to be a nice NBA player just because he's such a big time scorer. I like you mentioned earlier, Devon Dotson from Kansas. I think he's a true floor general. I like Reggie Perry from Arkansas. The 6'8", 6'9" forward, real long and rangy.
Strong.
Does a little bit of everything. I'm really interested to see what happens with Nico Mannion. I really am, because like our guest earlier, Justin Downer, said, he really has all those leadership abilities and skills, and he's a better athlete than people give him credit for. He really is.
I think so. Yes.
One of the highest IQs in this draft as far as the game of basketball goes. I have him slotted 36 at Philadelphia, Ronnie. Earlier on when I first made this, I put him up in the first round. But when you look at just kind of these other names up here in the first round that are going, it's all like really well built, freakish athlete kind of guys who have that one skill that sets them apart from everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of good players in the second round, but like you said, do they have that one skill, or do they have that NBA athleticism that people are going to gravitate toward easily instead of taking a deeper dive and say, maybe this kid can help us? I see that a bit with some of these second rounders. They're just good all around players, but you almost have to be great at one thing, Devin, whether it's rim protecting, shooting, athleticism. You got to have something that either stands out real fast, or that a team can rely on. And I'm not sure some of these second round picks have that, like whether it's Marcus Howard, is he athletic enough to get his shot off? I mean, we could break down all these guys. Nick Richards, does he have enough polish and offense? Cassius Winston, can he get from one end to the court at another? He's a great college player who we know a lot about and saw a lot of. Great college player. I mean,
yeah,
kind of like a Khalid Al-Amin type of player, Cassius Winston, but does that translate? It's very hard to say. As we're kind of watching here, the feed, Cole Anthony's with his family.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people know Cole, and he's going to, if any guy has a lot of motivation, it's going to be him.
All right. So we have a thought from a viewer here. First, they want to know about Tyrese Maxey. First, give me your opinion on Maxey, where you think he fits best, and then I will follow you up on that.
Tyrese Maxey. My first thought is when he came out of high school, people thought because of his social media presence and because of that he was a happy-go-lucky kid and he may be a 2 or 3 year guy at Kentucky. Then when you saw him play, it's like this guy can hit big shots. He can get up and down the court. I think he's a lot better than he got credit for, maybe as his high school ranking, and he showed some things in his time with Big Blue Nation, and Minnesota would be a good. That's where we have him in the mock at 17.
Yeah.
Orlando. I mean, they made, they didn't pull on him, and then right there with Malachi Flynn. So I think he should be going pretty soon here between 17 and 20 and 21.
Okay.
That's where I would take him, because I think he has some skill. He has big playability. Again, you want guys that are going to make your roster and have a chance to play, even if they play, meaning make a play, even if they play 7 to 13 minutes a game, that have a chance to make an impact in those 7 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Your guy, Isaiah Stewart, off the board. Portland's pick at 16. Isaiah Stewart off the board from Washington, averaged 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game in his one season at Washington. Why? Go in depth. Why do you like Isaiah Stewart so much? And then I will answer the Maxey question.
Yeah, I think because Isaiah Stewart, when you look at him, what you see is what you get. He gives you something at the NBA level: physicality, presence, accountability. He's going to work hard. And he doesn't have the greatest skill, but boy, he can handle the rigors of the NBA. He kind of reminds me of a poor man's Elton Brand.
That's not saying anything bad either.
Elton Brand's the number 1 pick. Our guy Ron Artest is buddy, you know, from the Riverside Church, number one pick. He's honestly, I don't think he's that talented, but he gives you that type of presence and accountability, and he could do a lot of what that dirty work is needed in the NBA. You know, 15 to 22 minutes a game.
Sure, that makes sense. You know, big time rim protector, rebounder, energy guy. I like the pick wherever it ends up, because I'm sure it's going to be in a trade discussion here. But back to Maxey. Yeah, I don't know why, you know, based on the things we saw from him at the club level in high school, Ronnie, I'm not sure why he didn't have as much like hype going into Kentucky. Like a lot of people thought he was going to be around for a couple of years, like you mentioned. But that dude is a gamer.
Yeah.
You know, like he's a gamer. He's straight up like, if you need a shot in crunch time or a play made in crunch time, he's your guy. He's not afraid. He's not going to back away from the moment. And he has the 3-point shooting ability, the pull up 1 and 2 dribble mid-range jumper. Those two things are very important at the NBA level. So I like Maxey.
Yeah,
what's that?
A little better than I thought.
Yeah, he can create a little bit. Yeah, he can. He
did a lot of big shots early in the season. That's what I remember most about Tyrese.
Yeah.
And then for Kentucky's like, wait a minute, weren't some of these other returners supposed to be the guys? It's like, no, this kid has a chance to be the guy.
Yeah, he's got that savvy. He's got that savvy and that moxie we always talk about of guys that you need that chip on your shoulder. You need that confidence to be able to stick in a league that, I mean, employs 0.001% of the population.
Yeah, that and also as we watch this feed and they're talking to Isaiah Stewart, you know, best high school player in the country, maybe not the best prospect, and he doesn't get off the floor well. But when you look at Portland, I think it also gives a lot what they used to have with like the Davis brothers and Brian Grant, just a guy that just
that's a good one. See, that's why I got you here, because you got these OGs that I forget about.
Yeah, Brian Grant. Remember what he used to did for Portland when they were
a great player,
just solid. So that's a good pickup there for the Blazers.
All right, Timberwolves pick is in. I'm gonna just absolutely butcher this name.
I'm not even gonna try it.
No, I can't even try it. Alexis Pochusev from Serbia to Minnesota at 17.
Is that a stash guy, or is this guy can he help?
I think he can come. I think he can come right over and help based on what I've seen. I think he's probably going to need a little bit of time to, like Chandler mentioned, to get up to speed with the NBA game as far as his. I mean, you look at this guy, if you're watching the stream, he's like
18 years old.
He's like 6'11". He looks like he hasn't hit puberty yet. You know what I'm saying? Like he looks like he's still 13 years old. But he's, again, freakish skill level, especially as a shooter and playmaker off the bounce. And he's got a great frame. You don't see a lot of guys this size doing those things that he's doing on these clips right now.
Yeah, he can play a little defense, run the floor. Like you said, he's thin, pull up. I mean, he's obviously a player that you want to develop and have value for later. I mean, and that's where we're coming into how much value, as we get into this later in this first round, how much value do some of these guys have?
Yeah.
And, you know, are they trade assets? Are you going to stash them and hope they develop later? A guy like him, let's be honest, he's not going to be ready to contribute to game one on December 22nd, but many guys are not. And that's right. Going back to Isaiah Stewart, what I like about him, I think he can help you right away.
Some more trade action. The Clippers are trading Landry Shamet to the Nets for the number 19 overall pick. I have Malachi Flynn slotted at that 19 spot. That's, I respect not a Clipper guy, but I respect the Clippers trying to make some moves here and kind of, I guess they need a shot in the arm, huh? After that letdown in the bubble last season.
Yeah. They
need to switch something up, and they switched the coaching staff. Ty Lue now takes over, and he added a litter of solid assistant coaches to help him out. But I mean,
inside, I don't know if our guy Alex is on it, that the Mavericks are drafting Josh Green, number 18. Is that are we seeing that on?
Who's telling you that? I don't see it in the Alex the intern chat.
Oh, Alex is slipping. We'll see if that's right.
You getting side texts or what?
No, I'm getting Mark Stein, respected writer, kind of tweeted that out, I believe. And, he has his good sources. So we'll see if that is accurate. Mark Stein.
Where do I have Green slotted? Hey, Alex, the intern, pull up our draft board. What's wrong? Do you have the mock? 18th picks in. Okay.
We'll see.
I had Naismith there. I had Green in a few spots, but Naismith already went earlier to Boston, so obviously that pick was going to be off. Josh Green, we saw him a ton, Ronnie.
Yeah.
From IMG to West Coast Elite, all those different places, different camps, Pangos camp, all those exposure camps.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this pick here and how Josh Green fits into the NBA level.
You know, what I really like is he could run the floor and get his shot off. I like his lift, and I just like his overall ability at that pick. You know, he's still kind of a potential prospect. He's still a potential guy to me. Again, how much more time can it be a potential guy? I still don't see the finished product, but I see a lot of ability. You know, obviously he played on a talented high school team. He was just one of many guys on that team. On that IMG Academy team, but man, he can really get up and down the floor and he can shoot. What's his percentage, Devin? I know you're big on the percentage. I think he can shoot, but I don't know his true shooting percentage at Arizona. But
so yeah, he was a 36% 3-point shooter from the college three-point line on 2.8 attempts per game. I wouldn't classify him as a shooter in this draft. I would classify him as a wing athlete, transition scorer. And I think with Luka Doncic running the show in Dallas, I mean, what else do you need, man? Run the floor, fill the lane, get to the front of the rim as fast as you can, and get dunks. You're going to get open layups with that guy as your point guard.
Find your spot on the floor and get there.
Yeah, I think for him to experience a long-term NBA career, that 3-point shot's going to be really important because, I mean, you've got to be able to stretch the floor to open those driving lanes in the half court because everyone's faster, everyone's longer, everyone's more athletic than they were at every level that these guys have seen before.
Yeah. He definitely can get up and down, and that's where he can excel. And, you know, we'll see if, like you said, he can constantly get better with his ball handling in an important moment in the half court and shooting. Just get that percentage from 36 to 38 to 40. If Jared Dudley can do it, Josh Green should have, you know, you're looking at him, you say he's got pretty good form, he's got good lift, he can get his shot off. Ooh.
So are you saying Josh Green's an athletic Jared Dudley?
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. You know, like you got to put in the work, and a lot of these guys these picks, as we're looking at these picks, whether it's Maxey, Green, our guy, Precious, all these guys were highly regarded in high school.
Yeah.
I'm
actually surprised.
To the point where they're going to have, if you don't have a fire lit under your ass by this point in the draft, I don't know what would motivate you, because this is where, like, kind of like Ron said, and kind of like some of our other guests said, Junior Burrough, I'm better than that guy. This is part of the draft where you start getting guys. I'm better than him. I'm better than Onyeka. I'm better than Isaac Okoro. But you're falling.
I think that started earlier than normal in this draft. I'm better than, because talent wise in this draft, it's like there's a lot of people who are it's kind of up in the air. You don't know the small body of work. You don't really know, not a whole lot of college tape to evaluate on.
Sure.
But yeah, I think Woj just updated that Clippers trade. So Landry Shamet is going to the Nets. 19 is going to end up in the hands of the Pistons, and the Clippers are going to get Kennard from Detroit, the lefty shooter from Duke.
Interesting move, and we're going to see more as the night goes on. I wanted to bring up a point.
Yeah,
we talked about the 3 pros with, Chino Hill's going to join that, and it looks like Lawrence North with Greg Oden at number 1 and Mike Conley at 4 is still going to hold that mark as the 2 highest drafted guys from the same high school, with Onyeka and Melo going 3-6. So 1-4 is still, very, very interesting. It's nothing to take away from the Chino Hills experience or what they accomplished, but the Greg Oden and Conley still hold that mark.
Okay. I Alex the intern's kind of blowing it for us. So I got Travis the intern now sending me texts on everything that's happening. Travis the intern, my guy. It's Travis from San Diego. His son, mark my words, Wesley Augustin is going to be the next great point guard in San Diego, class of 227. 227, mark my words. All right. Detroit is targeting Sadiq Bey at number 19 via Woj. Ronnie, Sadiq Bey is a guy who I liked a lot just because he's an experienced college player with that prototypical NBA body and NBA size and shooting ability. I think that's a pretty nice pick. I think that's a pretty nice pick for Detroit. I think they're building a solid core of not only young talent, but guys who are experienced college players.
Yeah, Sadiq Bey has been one of the guys that, they talked about as one of the best available. So it would make sense. We're getting to the point where some of our guys that we wanted to, are they going to go now? RJ Hampton, we talked about going a little higher. Precious, we talked about maybe going a little higher. What does Sadiq Bey bring, Devin, that is why they're taking him at this pick? What highline? Why now?
Just solid. You know what I'm saying? Like one of those guys who what you're going to get every single night. And sure. Detroit's in a situation where, they're in a full-on rebuild. Blake Griffin's basically their only asset right now that they can use for trade bait or a guy that they can rely on night in and night out to get you points. Yeah. They picked Stanley Johnson a few drafts back in the lottery. I think it was the number 7 pick. Am I right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And he obviously didn't work out quite as expected from, scouts and us in Southern California who saw Stanley dominate in high school. Sure. So they're trying to build, I think they're just trying to build that solid foundation of guys that they can rely on to show up to work, put in the work, and be solid, two-way guys on the floor.
Yeah. And you see, if you're watching the live feed, Sadiq's with his family, Brooklyn. And let's talk about James Harden and Russ Westbrook for a minute. I know.
Okay. Ronnie's changing gears on us. Ronnie's the podcast is getting to him.
Yeah, no, we're talking about guys that are going to be fringe this year coming in. So we want to talk about some of these moves that being made or being trying to be made. What do you see with Russell and what do you see with James from Houston? And then what's your take on CP3 and now Phoenix being a quote unquote contender?
I don't think they're a contender.
Do I?
I think they're a Western Conference playoff team who would probably get run out of the gym by, the Lakers, the Clippers, or Golden State if they're all healthy.
Yeah.
I'd love Devin Booker, obviously one of the best young players in the NBA. Chris Paul's going to be really good for his mindset, especially a winning mindset. Even though Chris Paul hasn't won a title, Chris Paul's a winner. You have to give him that.
Sure.
He is a winner. And then back to Russ and James. It seems like wherever Mike D'Antoni goes, Ronnie, like they win basketball games, but they don't win the basketball games that matter. And then when he leaves, it just turns into a complete shit show. Phoenix had a massive rebuild after he left. The Lakers were a complete mess. Maybe to no fault of his own with the Lakers. They were a mess. And then Houston, now you see Harden and Westbrook. Rumors are that they both won out. But so let's dive deeper into Harden here before the next pick.
Yeah.
What's that?
Why
won out? Yeah.
Work out like.
Let's dive into Harden a little deeper. We both saw him at the high school level. And he's obviously one of the most talented and gifted scorers that we've ever seen in the NBA in basketball history.
Yeah,
but does his style of play translate to championship level basketball?
The way me and you look at the game, I would know. And I don't want to put you on in my words, but no, he's dominating the ball too much. I don't like that. You don't like that. And it's just the proof is there. It hasn't worked. Is he one of the better players we've ever seen offensively? Yes. So how many people want to fit in and play with that style and be like, damn, okay, well, we're going to be a good playoff team, but are we going to win? If you're not touching the ball's not moving. I haven't seen evidence of that. Like you said, it kind of gets exposed in the later rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah. And Westbrook, to his point, I mean, you put those two guys on the court together and I guess it's a fight for the basketball. I mean, you can only play with one ball.
Yeah,
I don't really
to start with. I mean, it didn't matter what their regular season was or what people said of their ability. They're obviously top 10 players.
Individual talents. Yeah.
I didn't see it working.
Regardless. So update to that. Go ahead. Yeah, update to that Clippers trade. Rodney Magruder is also included in that deal. Credit to Adrian Wojnarowski. So that deal is ongoing now. And then right now, Ronnie, we got a minute until the pick is due for the Miami Heat, who made a finals run that was unexpected. You have young players, Bam Adebayo, who we like to compare Onyeka Okongwu to, Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, obviously the catalyst of that team, Kendrick Nunn, Goran Dragic. And it looks like they're going to select Precious Achiuwa, our guy Precious, who came in the Paint Show a few weeks back. I like this pick because it adds another athletic front court defender, rebounder, and rim runner for all those guards to distribute to.
Correct. And he's not going to get anything ran from, he's going to contribute and he's going to learn from Udonis Haslem. If he can be in that mold and get that, his perimeter shooting as Udonis did later in his career, Precious can stick. And like you said, he's going to a winning culture. So I think that he will like that. And obviously being in Miami, he'll like that, but being in a winning team.
Why is that? Why is he going to like being in Miami, Ronnie? Give me the lowdown. Never been there. Come on. What we got?
It's beautiful. So just everything about it. Similar to our guy, Ron Artest, why he wanted to be in New York. It's one of those things. So
the women, are you saying the women are beautiful there, or the atmosphere?
Yeah, of course. The atmosphere, the women, the whole nine, and you're in a winning culture, more than anything. He can learn a lot from a lot of guys on that roster, whether it's Jimmy Butler and locking down an offensive game as a forward. Yeah, he's got. I mean, I'm sure he's not happy that he dropped to this spot or that he's at this spot, but he's got to be happy that to the franchise he's going to.
I'm hungry as hell, man. You eat dinner yet?
No, I haven't ate since about noon. I've been trying to get as many notes as we can together. Looking up that I kept getting more and more information about those three guys, on same high school teams. And like I said, it's very interesting to see the progression of some of those guys and how some of them weren't stars. And like Jared Dudley said, that's how sometimes you stick. Same thing with Chandler Hutchison. You don't have to be the star at each level. And sometimes it's even beneficial not to be the star at each level.
Mm-hmm.
A good perspective on what it takes to stick and to win and to be a contributor to a franchise.
The Precious pick is official.
Yeah, there he is with his
Precious to Miami, just announced on ESPN. Love to see it. Precious, really good kid. I really enjoyed having him on the podcast. Thoughtful, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's.
Let's take a look at our live draft board. Precious dropped a few spots. From us, Sadiq Bey dropped a few spots. Josh Green jumped up a few spots.
And Isaiah Stewart jumped up a few spots. So
Isaiah Stewart jumped up a good amount of spots. He might be the riser of the night for my prediction, Ronnie.
Look at our composite rank all the way to the right of the screen. Aaron Naismith, rivals 247 ESPN 61 is his composite rank. Look at Cole Anthony, like you said, 3 and Isaiah 3, and then Josh Green kind of in that mid range and Precious right around him. So it's very interesting to see kind of like what the scouts, grassroots and high school scouts take and then where they actually fall a year or two later.
So just to update everyone who's still tuning in, now on Ballislife, we have our live player profiles. So if you go to our draft board and you see the clickable name, like you see Cole Anthony, Isaiah Stewart in blue, you can click their name and it takes you to their player profile. Let's show Cole Anthony's player profile here, thanks to Travis, the intern. So you should see
a lot of great
Cole Anthony. Yeah, you see his rank, and it gives you each ranking service where they had him in his senior year. And then over here to the left, next to his name, you see the All-American style games he was selected for, the Jordan Brand Classic and the McDonald's All-American game. And down here it has all the articles he's mentioned in on Ballislife, all the videos that we have of him on Ballislife, and then you can scroll through all the featured profiles, or even by year. And we have Melo, Mario McKinney, Hoodie Rio, Julius Randle. It goes back. I mean, we have Alex the intern, man, putting back to 1950.
We're gonna have
profiles back 1950. Hey, look! Hey, stop right there, Ted. Who is that, Ronnie? Who is Ted Dupay, 1998? Who is this guy?
You don't know who Ted Dupay is? Wow.
I was 11 years old in '98.
He's a shooter, Devin. Ted Dupay is who you would be if you were playing college basketball. Lights out shooter.
Okay.
Points a game in high school. He's a little short, a little stocky. He's not very a long 5'10", but Teddy Dupay lighted up. He looks like a real estate investor. What's he doing these days? Integral part of Florida going to the 2000 title game where they lost to Michigan State in Mateen Cleaves.
Wow.
Good college. Yes. Didn't really translate to the NBA because he said stout, a little bit of short arms. I mean, we haven't mentioned length all night in 3 hours, and I'm glad we haven't. But as you see in those rankings, he was pretty highly regarded in 1998.
So Ronnie, go a little bit in depth.
Let's go to that article. Bucket getters.
Alex the intern. So just so you guys know, All-Star Sports and Hoop Scoop. All-Star Sports was run by Bob Gibbons, and Hoop Scoop by Clark Francis. They've been around since the 80s, right, Ronnie? 80s, maybe earlier than that.
But you can go back and kind of reference where guys drafted compared to where they were ranked.
Right. I'm just, for the people who don't know what those rankings are, those are services that have been around since the 1980s that are subscription only, that we don't, Ronnie has access to, but the general public doesn't have access to, and they have more historical rankings rather than the newer ones.
Yeah. And we give people some reference to, rankings have been around a long time. Obviously the three ones we use in the composite are kind of out there, 247 Rivals and ESPN. And it's very interesting to see how those parallel now to a year later where guys get drafted. That's kind of what we're saying that Cole Anthony and Isaiah Stewart, like Isaiah, people were saying, oh, he's not a first rounder. He's too stiff. It's like, did you see him in high school? It's not that long ago. So, and then same thing with Cole, he had this, EYBL, he's one of the best players in the EY, maybe one of the best player in EYBL history, in terms of numbers. And, so it's very interesting to see go back. So we're going to keep adding to those profiles, adding more information to them. Almost all the names we want are in there, but we're just going to keep adding more and more information.
All right. We got an eval request for us, Ronnie, from the fans. Great. You're going to love this one. I love it already. Matt Rodriguez is laughing at us right now. Mikey Williams.
Eval for Mikey Williams. Well, he's not in this draft yet, obviously, but if people want to talk about Mikey Williams, he has a college-ready body, and he's very strong in his base. My question is, where does he go from here, Devin? Is he going to grow into a 6'7", two-man who can shoot over defenses, or is he going to, try to continue to keep leaping over players with highlight-type plays? I think he still needs to tone his game down, still work on that shot selection. I call it down in distance. If it's 3rd and 1, you got to run the ball. If it's 3rd and 11, you got to pass the ball, so that type of thing. Sometimes he takes shots that are a little bit, off keister in terms of what the team
off keister.
Yeah.
I've never heard that, but that's good. I'm going to use that. I don't even think that here's an example of Ronnie making up sayings and words that I literally have never heard before. That's a good off keister. I'm going to use that one moving forward.
So he's got to keep working on that in his ball skills. He has pretty good ball skills, but he's got to work on his point guard skills, especially if he stays about the 6'3" range. Everybody in this draft can dribble a bit and shoot the high percentage three. Like you said, those are the guys that people are tending to draft. That's why I have very, very interesting Tyrese Maxey and RJ Hampton are still on the board.
As you say that Maxey's about to come off the board to Philadelphia. We'll get into that after I give my little two cents on Mikey.
I wasn't comparing those two guys to Mikey.
No, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, what worries me about what you say is he has a college ready body, right? And he's a sophomore. And then you say, if he grows to 6'7", then, he might, be able to be that NBA level player that some people think he is. And if he stays at that 6'2" range, he's a scorer, man. He's a off guard. He's a 2 guard at 6'2", and he's not a point. I know a lot of people like to call him a point guard, not a point guard. Can you learn to be a point guard? Can you learn to balance the distribution and the shot making and shot taking? Sure, some people can learn to do that, but it's going to take a lot of work from him. And he's a massive scorer. Ronnie, we saw him plenty last year at San Ysidro. He can put the ball in the bucket. There's no doubt about it. But you've got to round out the rest of his game as a distributor, as a ball handler, IQ, and especially defensively. He's a lot of people are questioning LaMelo Ball's defense, and I would say Mikey Williams. I would say Mike Williams is in that mold defensively where he needs a lot of work. He takes a lot of chances, and he takes a lot of bad shots. But again, he's talented. He's as talented as they come, honestly.
And here's
he really is
that we got to mention, because I like winning basketball, like Isaiah Stewart, a few other guys we're talking about. We saw him a lot. I saw him a lot during the pandemic. Actually, I got a chance to see him in a couple events. And yes, we put highlights on there. We're Ballislife puts as many highlights as anybody else in the industry, and does it as better or as good as anybody. But in many of those games, they did not win. They were not winning. So at some point, that has to translate. We saw the Oak Hill Fall League game. It's a game that they could have won, but you gotta win at some point. Like you said, that's why we missed some of these draft prospects in this draft. We didn't get to see who can win in crunch time like you wanted to see, Devin, in the various conference tournaments and the NCAA tournament. That's what we got to see from Mikey Williams. At some point, he's got to win. Now, people said he was the Division IV State Player of the Year, the Freshman of the Year in California, and then they go into the D4 playoffs, and they're not one of the better teams, or they don't win it. So,
you don't want to.
I got to see.
You don't want to trash high school teams or players, or whatever. That the teams they played most of the time down in San Diego in his freshman year were not good basketball teams. And
the teams they play in D4 weren't that good. Let's be honest.
Right.
And they didn't win that. That's what I want to see.
Right, from an honesty standpoint, he has a lot of natural, God-given ability. He knows how to put the ball in the basket. Just rounding out the rest of his game, especially if he doesn't hit another growth spurt, I think it's going to be important for him to learn the true PG skill and be a guy who can be a distributor as well as a scorer. Tyrese Maxey, Ronnie, you nailed it on the head. 21 to Philadelphia. Give us the rundown. We've talked about it a little bit, but what does he bring to this Philadelphia team?
I think he brings a energy. I think he brings a good attitude, a refreshing attitude, and a guy who will learn. He's a little bit goofy. We kind of, follow him a lot in a lot of highlights. The Baggage Claim Boys, our guy Brad filmed him a lot. So we got to see a lot of him, and he just had a lot of personality, and I think he brings a good new start. They have a new start. So it's like everybody has a clean slate with Doc Rivers, right? So
yeah,
it's kind of like something where, hey, Maxie, you go in there and be professional and be ready. Again, he's going to have a very short training camp and show him what you can do. And he's not going to be afraid of, kind of like Ron Artest said, I'm not afraid to take a shot. I'll keep shooting. That's what I like about Tyrese.
Yeah, I agree with you. He has that kind of just it factor. That's kind of how I like to describe Tyrese. It's a guy you like to be around. You know what I mean?
His teammates will like him.
What's that?
His teammates will like him,
Yeah, he's a real likable guy, but again, he can hoop. Big time shooter, big time shot maker, not afraid of the moment, like we mentioned earlier. And you look at Philadelphia with Ben Simmons, who is a non-shooter still, and you look at Joel Embiid, who is a pick and pop guy, but is best when he's near the basket. They need a floor spreader. I'm trying to pull up the roster real quick here now, Ronnie, but they need a floor spreader. And Tyrese Maxey is a guy who not only can hit the outside jumper, the pull up, the mid-range jumper, he can get to the basket and create as well. So he's a nice little piece. Tobias Harris, kind of would you consider him a kind of a 17 feet and in face-up guy?
Yeah, Tobias Harris definitely. It'll be interesting to see how Doc Rivers plug these guys in, if they make any moves or what type of moves. I mean, we nailed it on the in the paint show in earlier episodes that we thought the Clippers would eventually move on from Doc, but that he would get picked up really fast, and that Tyronn Lue would be prime candidate for the Clippers. So it's kind of a clean slate, and they have still a youngish team. Do they eventually have to move one of those guys, Ben or Joel, or is Doc going to figure that out and get them right, in your opinion?
I mean, it depends on the style of play. It really does. And it depends on the complementary pieces, because you look at Ben Simmons, non-shooter, one of the highest IQ playmakers in the game, triple-double threat every night. And Embiid, one of the most skilled bigs who, is every night potentially getting hurt. And you look at, Matisse Thybulle was a nice rookie last year. One of the, has a high defensive ceiling. But you look at the rest of this roster, man. Josh Richardson was their third leading scorer. A really good shooter. Denver's on the clock now, Ronnie, and they're picking.
Yep.
Zeke Naji from Arizona.
Yeah.
I like that pick. We'll dive into that pick a little bit after we finish this here. But yeah, I mean, they're going to need to make some moves. And I think if it doesn't work out this year under Doc, I think they're probably going to break that up.
Yeah. And they have value. So, we'll see what they do. And if they're healthy, and obviously this is going to be a very interesting season in terms of player health, veteran minutes and things like that. So maybe these rookies are going to play a little bit more, Devin, than we're giving them credit for. We've been talking about all these rookies are going to have a short playing time. A lot of these veterans are going to be sitting out these early games, especially for playoff teams. There are going to be some sitting.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, we talked about this again on in the paint show last week or 2 weeks ago. Yeah, you think LeBron's going to come back and play big minutes after a finals run at, age 36 or 35 or whatever he is now? I don't think so. I think, the veterans or guys who may be injury prone are going to, early on in the season, are going to take, back-to-backs off, and traveling is, back in the mix now. So, Kawhi Leonard is going to be practicing his what are we calling it now? Load management. That's right. Kawhi is going to be doing plenty of load management, but yeah, maybe these rooks are going to be thrown to the fire immediately, and we're going to see, who's ready to produce right away. And maybe it's going to be a Tyrese Maxey, who's a one and done, but is a gamer, or it's going to be an Obi Toppin, who is a long-term college player who is built for, a season that the NBA, a long-term season like the NBA has.
Yeah. I'm here watching these Nazi highlights for Denver. Obviously Denver made a nice run.
Yeah, he's good.
And he's a young player, kind of springboarded himself pretty high in his short time in college. And, the Knicks is this the Knicks' second pick? They had Obi Toppin.
Second pick. They're at 8 at Obi Toppin, and this is 23. I believe was acquired in a trade.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what they do. And there's still, like you said, plenty players that can make an impact. And
yeah, I'm trying to get our guy Matt Moreno from Arizona, GoAZCats.com, to hop on to talk Josh Green and Zeke Naji. He covers the team for Rivals.com. I'm going to see if he can hop on here in a minute. But
yeah,
the Knicks are up. With Zeke Naji, like you mentioned, he was a top 50 guy, right, coming out of high school, but late. He was added late into that top 50 range.
I remember his coaches and people close to him were really wanting to get his name out there. Like, hey, you should have him for these all-star games. He should be in the Ballislife game. And he just didn't like move a lot of people's needle in terms of like, wow, he's just spectacular. It was more like slow and steady climb, and steady, getting better. And those guys were right. His coaches were right. He's a hell of a player.
Yeah, I'm trying
a lot of people missed the boat on him. He should be ranked a little higher. He should have been ranked a little higher.
Yeah. I'm with you. For some reason, my keyboard's not working anymore, Ronnie. So here we are. I was going to pull up some stats, but I don't have them. Next pick, the Knicks. Let's look at the board, Ronnie, and see who we have left. So I'm looking at Desmond Bane, a shooter. It's a possibility. Malachi Flynn, I valued him because of his scoring ability. Jaden McDaniels from Washington was a highly recruited player, highly ranked prospect, I believe. And then you have a couple of international players, Leandro Bolmaro from Argentina, Theo Maledon from France, and then Trey Jones from Duke is another guy I have in that late first round, early second round. What way do you see New York going here at 23?
Man, New York I like your pick, Malachi Flynn. I don't know if that fits what they necessarily want. Desmond Bane, he's been a guy that you mentioned at the top of the show. Jaden McDaniels, if they're trying to hit a home run, maybe he could be a guy that they can fit in and get something down the line for, meaning either as an asset or as a guy who can contribute at some point. Because if you got Obi Toppin, maybe Jaden McDaniels, maybe Obi Toppin's the guy to kick his ass and get him ready, get him ready a bit.
The Knicks. It looks like the Knicks are going international with Leandro Bolmaro. I don't really know. Obviously, I watched some film on him, but I'm not an international scout. So we're gonna have to.
Let's jump here a little bit. Let's jump board here a little bit.
You always like jumping board. You're making up sayings. You're making up words. You're just switching the topic out of nowhere. What the hell is wrong? You need to eat something.
Yeah,
go get a cerveza. Go get a cerveza.
I think we need some food delivered. I need Uber Eats. I don't even know how to use that stuff.
I think my sister-in-law is listening. If you're listening, text my wife and tell her to bring me some food. All right, I'm gonna eat like Metta did earlier because I want to be just like Metta.
So what I'm trying to get at here is the G League, the Pathway Program. We got Jalen Green. We got our guy from Alaska, the point guard. We got Todd. These 3 or 4 guys that are in this thing. What is your take now when you see RJ Hampton? How about if RJ Hampton just falls? And you're like, whoa, that's going to open some eyebrows because of his path. Now, it's maybe not the exact path they're on, but are these guys going to get the value that college brings? Are they going to get the reps? I think they are going to get the reps, but are they going to get the exposure, I should say?
I think so. So both Melo and RJ took the pro route, right? Both went to Australia. And I think the difference between the two, you see Melo goes 3 and RJ's still available, dropping. I had him probably, around the 15 to 18 range, Ronnie. I think when you look at those two cases, RJ and Melo just has more upside. I think RJ Hampton probably is what he is at this point. I think he's a very solid piece, in my opinion. I think he's probably going to be, it could be, I hate to say a backup, a really good backup point guard. But again, in the NBA level, a really good backup point guard is the guy who's going to make $100 million in his career.
Correct. If he can stick. Right.
But a really good backup point guard always sticks. I think the concerns with RJ would be, again, we're going to go right back to it. We're going right back to it. Shooting, Ronnie. 3-point shooting is the issue. He's 6'5". He's got the feel. He's got the ball handling, all that good stuff. But again, if you can't shoot the rock and you're in between that 2-3, the 1-2 position, it's going to be tough for you to crack a lineup.
That's very true. Something we've hammered home over and over. So it'd be interesting to see where RJ lands and what kind of the chat next 24 hours.
New York selected Bolmaro, but they're going to flip him to Minnesota for the 25th pick and the 33rd pick.
Interesting.
I suspected, I was telling our guy Daniel, who helped set up the back end of our draft board. I'm like, there's going to be a lot of pick swaps coming up here soon, especially during the draft. So updating those pick swaps is going to be a little tedious.
Yeah, there's a lot of pick swapping, a lot of complementary players and players of the similar ability, so you can take your chances and make some moves, maybe dump some salary, get some assets, whatever you're looking for if you have a contending team or if you have a rebuilding team. So it's going to be very interesting to see which one of these guys stick. We're not going to find that out tonight, but we're going to, 2 or 3 years later down the line, going to say, damn, that was a good pick.
So it's really timely, RJ Hampton conversation, because my guy, Travis the intern, let me see what he said here. I got a text. Travis the intern says that New Orleans is picking RJ Hampton at 24, and they're going to trade him to Denver.
Wow.
Pair him with Jamal Murray.
Murray. Yeah, I was just thinking of that. Like that could turn into a good spot for RJ to learn.
It could, because he needs a mentor like a Jamal Murray to show him what it takes to be that NBA level combo guard.
Yeah, that's a hell of a statement and very true.
I need to stretch a little bit. Sorry.
He can be 60% of what Jamal Murray is, then that's a hell of a pick. It's.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's kind of like he needs to be mentored by Jamal Murray rather than he's a similar player to Jamal Murray, because
Correct.
Jamal Murray is obviously one of the best scoring guards in the NBA. I think our guy Matt is going to join us here in a few minutes, Ronnie, to talk the Arizona Wildcats who've gone in the draft so far. So that's going to be good to have Matt's take on all this.
Yeah, see his take and see what's going on with the Pac-12 basketball season and just things of that nature and what they got brewing down there. Well, obviously the drafts, everybody's at their home. It just seems like, Devin, we talked, Ron Artest was mentioning like celebrating, being out. These guys seem to be a lot more emotional. Is it because of the bubble and because of the time off and they're appreciating the game? Our last guest kind of talked about that last week, just appreciating the game more. I've seen these guys being a little more emotional than normal, maybe because they're with their mom and their family in their homes. But what do you see there as these picks start rolling in?
Okay, so I will answer that question, but first I want to pose something to you. We had a question from a viewer, DVDRP. Could Obi Toppin be compared to Amari Stoudemire?
I don't think so. I think that's a good ceiling for him to reach.
Okay.
But if he becomes a borderline Hall of Fame talent, that's a hell of a pick at number.
I think it's a good. I think it's a good something to strive for,
correct,
or like a prototype that Obi Toppin should strive for.
Correct.
And here's the thing, man. And Amari Stoudemire needs a Steve Nash, right?
Yeah.
And Amari Stoudemire needs a Steve Nash. Steve Nash made that go. And I don't see the Knicks having that level of point guard play. They've had issues with their point guards recently. Frank Ntilikina didn't work out for them. I'm gonna bring Matt in here in a second, but I think that's, like you said, it's a good ceiling for him to be, and I think they're similar in style of play, but I don't think he's a comp directly to Amari Stoudemire.
Amari just bigger. It just at the young Amari was really at the rim with everything in terms of over the top. I think Toppin's going to have to learn how to create a shot a little bit. You're talking about one of the premier forwards in the league when he was healthy for a period of 6 to 7
years. Yeah, big time. Matt Moreno, what's going on, my friend?
What's up? How are you guys doing?
Oh, dude, we've been on this live stream since 3:50. I don't know how these TV people do it, man. It's been 4 hours just nonstop talking. I'm hungry. My wife's not bringing me pizza. So here we are. How are you doing, man? You back in Arizona?
No, I'm actually still in California for the time being, but
okay. That's cool.
Out. Yeah.
So enjoying the nice Southern California weather. So just so everyone knows who's watching, Matt Moreno covers the University of Arizona football and basketball and sometimes baseball and softball for goazcats.com on the Yahoo/Rivals Network. Matt, 2 Arizona guys off the board so far, Josh Green and Zeke Najee. First, let's start with Green because he's kind of the more known player. What do you think of this fit in Dallas?
I think it works. I think he's really one of those guys that you can plug in with a lot of different teams. Obviously, when you look at kind of his style of play, I think even early on when most people projected him out, they said that's the kind of the typical 3-and-D type of player. 3-point shot didn't necessarily fall as much at Arizona this last season, but you can see the athleticism, and that's something that's going to help him as he kind of makes that transition. But also on the defensive end is something I think, obviously we all know about Sean Miller and how much he prioritizes players on the defensive end of the floor. Josh Green, that's something that when he first signed with Arizona, when he first committed, that was one of the things that you said that's going to plug in really well at a place like Arizona. Obviously, we'll plug in well at the next level as well. But I think overall the fit is nice. It seems to make a lot of sense. When I saw that, I said that makes sense. I like his athleticism, like I said, and I think his game of the three guys, it's very interesting to see. I know everybody talked about Nico Mannion and kind of, especially early on in his high school career, what his fit was going to be at the next level. You're always looking for point guards at the next level. But I think when you saw this team play out over the course of last season at Arizona, I think everyone kind of looked at Josh Green and said, that guy, he looks like the best fit at the next level as a pro. And now we see that him being taken first of that group.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier before you got on, him and Luka Doncic together, just kind of transition wise, that's kind of the dream for Josh Green, to be able to just run the floor and be set up by a guy, Luka Doncic, who's just, one of the best creators in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his game. I mean, transition is kind of what he's been about, what he was at Arizona. There was so many times last season as we were watching games, he would get a steal, take it the other way, get a dunk. Nico Mannion would find him in transition, and they obviously had that kind of relationship over the course of their high school careers, AAU careers, making sure that they were on the same page, and it kind of helped them at Arizona. But transition is what he's about. Athleticism is what he's about. And, you're going to get dunks from Josh Green. And if he can develop that 3-point shot, really kind of get that up to speed at the NBA level, I mean, he's one of those guys that could stick around for a while, I think.
I agree. Before we hop into Zeke Naji breakdown, Matt, Emmanuel Quickley, Ronnie, went to Oklahoma City just now. First round. I had him much lower than that. That's surprising to me. What are your rapid reactions there?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. He's obviously has a name, has a pedigree. People know him. They have a good body of work. What does Quickly bring that another guard, Malachi Flynn, these other guys don't? What does he have that, just very interesting. What is it that makes him stick as a first rounder?
I think for me, it might be,
he's hit or he seems to be feast or famine a little bit.
I agree with you. He had a big statistical jump from his freshman year at Kentucky to his sophomore year, went from 5.2 points to 16.1 points. Matt, and even you can jump in here. He shot 92% from the free throw line and 42% from 3-point line. Whenever I watch Quickly, I always thought he was like a pass first point guard, but here with Kentucky, it looks like he's a scorer. So maybe that's what we're seeing. Matt, what do you think here on Quickly? Matt, can you hear us?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're going to be Devin. No, I think on the same point. I think we all think of him as kind of a pass first point guard, a leader of the show, floor general, someone that can kind of run things. But obviously everybody needs a shoot in the NBA. It's such a big deal. You talk about the teams that have done it and kind of made that their brand, Golden State Warriors, teams like that. Everybody needs to be able to shoot. And so, I think for him, it's a surprising stat, but I think so we're continuing this evolution of positionless basketball. Everyone needs to kind of do everything. Every big guy thinks he's going to be the next Kevin Durant. And so, and the point guards all want to be able to score and do a lot of different things. And there's kind of been fewer of those just playmaker point guard types, but you need to be able to do everything. And I think he's someone, when you talk about those numbers, can do a little bit of everything.
In Oklahoma City, Chris Paul out of the picture. They need young guards to start that rebuild. And I think that's an intriguing pick. So let's move over to Zeke Naji. I were discussing this. He ended up being like a top 50 recruit, right? But he didn't jump into that conversation until later on in his high school career. And then he goes to Arizona, has a massive freshman year. Was he an all Pac-12 player selection? Freshman of the year in the Pac-12.
Beat out Big O.
Wow, that's impressive. So what was it about Zeke Naji, Matt, that was made him so effective at Arizona, and you think will allow him to live up to that first round draft pick potential?
For me, it was just production. I mean, you could just get him the ball, you knew what he was going to do with it. You knew something positive was going to happen, especially early on in his freshman season. He didn't have their first scrimmage. Everyone was like, oh, maybe this guy doesn't deserve that 5-star ranking, doesn't deserve kind of the accolades that he picked up over the course of last summer leading into his career. And then all of a sudden you see him come out in the first game, first few weeks, and you're saying, oh man, this guy is more than what I think everybody thought. He was super efficient from the field. He really didn't miss a lot of shots in the early portion of the season. Really, Arizona knew what they were going to get from him night in and night out. I think the hesitation early on, and maybe why people were a little bit more reserved with him, was you didn't know, was he going to be aggressive enough? There were times when I watched him as a high school player and you said, if he just had that next gear, that next level of intensity, aggressiveness to be assertive around the basket, not float as much, which he didn't do. Again, we're talking about all these guys. These big guys think that they're shooters. He didn't ever fall into that trap. He took jump shots from outside that he knew he could make that were going to be high percentage shots that weren't bad shots. And so he made a lot of his threes that he took while he was at Arizona. But I think for me, the thing that translates is just his fundamentals, his ability to score and production inside. I mean, he has good footwork, kind of knows the drill inside around the basket. And I like his intensity. I think that intensity is something that separates him. He played for a guy like Sean Miller without a problem. He was kind of one of those guys where Sean Miller could tell him, hey, I need you to do this. I need you to get me 12 rebounds today. And he would go do it.
Right.
So I think he's someone that coaches are going to love at the next level, just because he's going to listen. He's going to do his job and not try and do too much. And sometimes players get into trouble with that, trying to do more than what kind of their skill set is. But I think he knows what type of player he is and has a lot of confidence. But I think his production, you just look at what he was able to do efficiency wise and around the basket. I think that's something that's going to help him. And he has enough of a shot to stretch the floor and make 3-pointers when he needs to.
Okay. Yeah. And looking at his stats right now, 16.1 points, 8.6 rebounds, 76% from the free throw line. That's solid stuff. And almost 60% from the field overall. Now let's transition to the last Arizona player who expects to hear his name called tonight, Nico Mannion. We've been watching Nico since, us three, since he was in 7th grade or 8th grade, whatever it may be. And he's always had that just, natural feel for the game, natural command, great leadership qualities. Why did he fall out of that first round draft conversation?
I think a lot of it right now has to do with just shooting. I don't think he proved to enough people that he's a consistent shooter, which we've seen him make a lot of shots at the high school level,
we have
ball level. We've seen him make shots. So it's not like he can't do it. For whatever reason, they just weren't falling. And that was something that came up throughout the year last year. There was a moment where you could see he kind of got tired of hearing the question, because it would come up pretty routinely that, hey, why aren't you making more shots? And he had such that persona. He was kind of a YouTube darling. Everyone kind of knew him. He had, all the social media following. People watched his mixtapes and kind of said, oh, this is the guy. And so he had all that hype around him. And to me, there wasn't a huge difference between the guy that was ranked, as a top 12, top 10 player that we saw in high school and what we saw at Arizona. I think a lot of his skills translate. I think the ceiling the bar was set so high for him. It was something I asked Sean Miller before the season, if it was almost unfair to him, because there was so much hype. It almost felt like whatever he showed at Arizona was not going to be enough. And so he did have his struggles shooting from the floor, but to me, to turn over the keys to him and say, hey, you run our team. I mean, you could do a lot worse.
Yeah.
He's someone that, commands a team, knows what needs to be done, can really run an offense, can really get things done from just that floor general mentality. And I think that's what Sean Miller was looking for. That's what Arizona needed from him. He scored when he needed to. Obviously, everyone saw the games early in the season when he was able to, really make some noise and I think had the game winner against Pepperdine early in the season. And everyone said, okay, that's the guy that everyone is expecting. Didn't necessarily turn out that way the rest of the season. But to me, I still think he proved what he needed to do at the college level. Maybe the shooting is the thing that's holding him back. And I think if you kind of listen to people and kind of heard the talk over the course of the last season, that was the talk was, hey, he needs to shoot better. Why isn't he shooting, the way we all think he would? But in terms of just being able to run the show and be a solid point guard in the league, I think he has all those types of skills.
Okay. Yeah. He averaged 14 points, 5.3 assists. And like you mentioned, shot 32.7% from 3 last season on 5.1 attempts per game. So that's a pretty good sample size.
Let me jump
so
in
another
here.
Pac-12. Go ahead.
Jump in here because of the pick that just went Boston.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Pritchard. So, we know a lot about Peyton Pritchard, and again, we're talking about Malachi Flynn and some of these smaller guards. And some of our guests earlier, Matt, mentioned you have to guard multiple positions. If you want to stick, or that's a good way to stick. Obviously, the perimeter shooting is another thing. So to me, with Peyton Pritchard, there's a lot of, can he do that at the next level? Can he get his shot off, and can he defend? So is that something with Nico that could be an issue too, or because when I'm looking at Peyton Pritchard getting drafted, I'm like, wow, Nico's more athletic. He maybe even be a little bigger. So what's the difference there? Maybe because of Peyton Pritchard, more clutch, or at this college level has been around. He stuck around. So what do you take there with Pritchard picking to the Celtics? And obviously they're a very good team, so he's going to have his work cut out for him to get some minutes.
I think there's also a larger sample size. You kind of know what to expect from Peyton Pritchard. You've seen him go through the battles. You know what you're going to get from him. Yeah. I know the comparisons were there, and at least for us in Arizona and people who were around the program when TJ McConnell was around, a lot of similarities there where just you have a tough point guard who's going to get the job done. You know what to expect from him when you roll the ball out there. And so I still think maybe there's still a little bit of a jury out on Nico because the sample size is smaller. If he sticks around 4 years like Peyton Pritchard, you have a better idea of what you're getting. It's less of a chance. So I think there's probably some of that. I think the defensive, there's something to that, kind of being able to guard different positions and do those types of things on the defensive end. But I think for Peyton Pritchard, when you look at him, you say, I know pretty much what I'm going to get when I stick him out there on the floor. Maybe have some more of those questions about Nico. Yeah,
I think he fits the bill what Brad Stevens likes, kind of a hard-nosed guy who really digs in on the defensive end and, doesn't turn the ball over, real solid ball handler, defensively, I really like it. He's a pesky defender. I think Brad Stevens like that. That's why I think it's a good fit. Matt, so, we're talking draft, we're talking college players making the jump, but man, this college season upcoming here is supposed to start next week. It's still up in the air. We're watching, college football cancel games. The Pac-12 has canceled multiple football games. What's the outlook like? What are you hearing, from administration or coaches with the college basketball season? Are we going to get something similar to what we've had with college football?
Yeah. I think it's going to be one of those things where they kind of take it day by day and they just plan for what they can plan for. And if things fall through, they fall through and they adjust at that point. Arizona just announced their full schedule today. We're a week out and they're just announced, well, not even their full schedule, just their November, December schedule. And so everybody's kind of trying to figure it out. Sam Houston State was supposed to be one of the teams on the schedule next week. They're now off and UTEP is on. So I think it's going to be one of those situations where, they just kind of play it by ear and they have to make adjustments as they go. You can only plan for so much at this point in time. And I think that's how they're approaching it. They're trying to hope for the best and hope that, they can go out, things can go off without a hitch. But the way football is played out, the way we've seen things going, I think everyone understands if you think you're going to play 27 games uninterrupted, you're just not living in reality. It's just things are going to change and you're going to have to be able to adjust to that on the fly and figure out what you're going to do. Obviously, there's a lot more games in basketball. You can kind of make up for some of these lost games, especially in non-conference, but Arizona's in an interesting position where they only have 3 returning players. And so they're trying to integrate a whole new roster.
Guys too.
Yeah, whole new roster. I think half their roster is made up of freshmen, with most of that group being made up of international players who are getting used to a new style of play, new teammates, new country, all those things. And so you now have fewer preseason games to get ready for that, fewer non-conference games to get ready for the Pac-12. And it's not a great position to be in. And if, let's say, a couple of these non-conference games get canceled, Arizona's going into Pac-12 play with not a lot of experience going into, the bulk of that schedule, 20 game schedule. So I think every team's going to have to approach it differently. Some teams we're seeing, such as Arizona, not leaving Tucson. They're leaving Tucson one time before the end of the year. I think a lot of the bigger teams especially are saying, hey, if we can, afford to do that in this kind of current conditions, why not? And so I think you'll see a lot of teams trying to figure out, hey, how can we limit our potential exposure to everything that's going on and try and keep our team safe?
Makes sense. Matt Moreno, we always appreciate your time, man. Thanks for joining us on short notice. Always good to see you. Tell your mom I said what's up.
I will. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, later. All right, Ronnie, we are going to stick with everyone through the first round, and then we're going to cut it off because the second round is just the second round. But the latest pick just was that.
No guarantees after that.
No guarantees. The second, everyone's laughing about me telling Matt's mom to say I said what's up, but I go way back with Matt.
Do we have another question anybody asked before?
Someone asked about Jalen Green. Yeah, get some questions in before we log off. So let's see. We got a couple things first. Peyton Pritchard, obviously, to Boston. We talked about that. Udoka Azubuike went 27 to Utah. We had him in the second round. So he's one of your guys, Ronnie, that you were wondering why maybe he was going to slip in the second round, and he didn't. Yeah,
he's just so big and strong. If you're Utah, as we look at these picks on the board, Peyton Pritchard to Boston, Udoka, Potterhouse Christian, he was big and strong then. I seen him at the NBA Players Camp, 6'10", 6'11", could block shots. Maybe he's a little more stiff than in Isaiah Stewart. Some of these other guys that went before him, like Zeke Naji from Arizona, we talked about extensively. But, he was ranked comparably to those guys in his earlier class. He's a monster. I don't see – I see kudos to Utah. Maybe they saw something that other teams didn't. But I just think he brings a lot. He's a little more rangy. I was watching some highlights. He can get out and block shots or hedge or defend a little bit better than I think maybe you think as a traditional back to the basket player. And like you said, back to the basket players are maybe not as highly coveted as they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They're just not. But I still think as it proved that, you got a guy that's a big, strong dude, especially in this short turnaround to the season, you want that kind of guy.
Well, I think what this does, and what I think they're lining up is a post Rudy Gobert Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Bring in a defensive presence and allow him to learn from a guy who is consistently in the 1, 2, or 3 spot in Defensive Player of the Year voting. So you bring in a beast like Azubuike, as you mentioned, all the physical gifts, but the natural shot blocking instincts that he has, and then to learn the defensive schemes from Rudy Gobert, high level NBA, defensive center. That's a really good combo. The Lakers pick at 28 is in now, and they picked Jaden McDaniels, but I believe that pick's going to be swapped to Oklahoma City in that Dennis Schroeder trade. So Jaden McDaniels from Washington going to head, picked by the Lakers here at 28, and is going to head likely to Oklahoma City as long as that trade for Dennis Schroeder goes through. Back to Azubuike, Ronnie. Yeah, just to top it off here with Azubuike, I think that's a major defensive move to kind of allow him to get some tutelage under a really good defensive center.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at these stats here, and as we switch gears to the next pick for Oklahoma, via the Lakers, Jaden McDaniel shot 41% from the field. He has his highlights, has his moments. He was a top, 6'7" consensus prospect. But what was wrong with when you had Isaiah Stewart? You have Quade Green. You have some good pieces. You got Jaden McDaniel. What went wrong? Maybe we should have asked our guy Matt. But what went wrong at UW this year? And why weren't they better before the shutdown?
I mean, dude, we've had that question even when Markelle Fultz was there. Remember, they were Markelle Fultz put up plenty numbers, number 1 overall pick, and they just had a sub 500 record. I mean, new coach, new system. Maybe not the right guys for that system. Maybe lacking on guard play potentially at Washington, and why they might not have been that good. But you look at McDaniel's, body type and profile, 6'9", 200, long, athletic, all that good stuff. But then you get the concern coming in at that 33% 3-point shooting, right? Yeah. You got to be a floor spacer at the NBA level when you're 6'9" and wiry thin like that.
Yeah.
Is he going to buy in defensively? Averaged 13 points, 5 rebounds, a couple assists, 1.4 blocks at the wings, a pretty good number. So obviously numbers don't tell the whole story. I understand that, but the numbers on that 33% 3-point number, that's a lot of numbers I'm saying there, but yeah, it's that's for me, that's cause for concern.
Concerning, yeah, the 41% from the field, shot selection.
Hey, let's pull up that. I want to see what his consensus rank was. Pull up the draft board.
It was pretty high. I want to say it's from 5 to 7. If we can get our
We can get Daniel the intern.
pull up the board.
We got the board. No board yet.
No board.
Daniel logged off on us, dude. There he is.
They're eating pizza.
9.
Eating McDaniel's.
Click
9.
Hey, click on McDaniel's name.
Interesting. See 7. I thought 7. 247 dropped them maybe in their last go round.
I know he was teetering top 5 at some point.
Yeah, but like we said, ESPN or their draft analysts had him as the number 1 pick at some point in the high school career. Do you remember that, Devin? He was projected.
Yeah, is that guy gonna is that guy gonna lose his job, or what's gonna happen with that guy?
We talked about different guys. We talked about some of these pros, where they're drafted, but Jaden McDaniels 7-7-13 looked like 247 was on top of that one.
Yep.
Better, again, you're going by his body length, his attributes, but how about the game? You got to play the game. You don't draft just
you play to win the game.
Yeah, the draft's not played in attributes and measurables.
Yep.
We saw him play, and he was good, but he wasn't wow good. And
all right, so McDaniels is going to head to Minnesota via that OKC Lakers trade. So Minnesota adding another young piece to that roster. So you put him alongside Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, you could learn a little bit from Cat, I'm sure.
Now, can Jaden at all play the 3, like kind of exclusive, or is he going to have to? Is he a 4 when he fills out? And
so here's my take on this. The position you play is what you can guard, right? So what's he guarding at the NBA level? Probably a 4.
Okay. So he's got his work cut out from defensively.
Exactly. Right. I don't think he has the defensive ability because he's so everything is so thin. He's not great laterally.
Yeah.
The defensive ability to keep an NBA 3 in front of him, that's going to be tough.
Yeah,
we got a couple more picks on the board. Toronto at 29 is about to come in. The second to last pick of the first round. Any more questions? You guys make sure you get them in before these last 2 picks.
The people sticking with us through the first round. We kind of went fast. We didn't know how we've been on longer than just blitz through it, and it's exciting, but it's a lot to digest, and we can go more and more, but we kind of want to let you guys watch the second round on your own. Again, we thank you for tuning in and listening in and viewing in, and thank to our guests, and thank people just for supporting our all our team, whether it's the video we put out, some of the stories, checking out the profiles, and we got more coming. It's only going to grow.
Yep, no doubt. So Toronto's going to pick Malachi Flynn, my guy who I had up in the top 20 from San Diego State, one of the kind of premier scorers in the Mountain West Conference last year. Ronnie, Malachi Flynn was actually
came back.
He was at Washington State for 2 years, and transferred to San Diego State. At Washington State, his sophomore year, he averaged 15, almost 16 a game, and then at San Diego State last season averaged just under 18 points a game. So he's a guy who can fill it up for multiple levels. I'm sure my guy Travis, the intern, is happy. He's a season ticket holder there at Viejo Arena. San Diego State's his school, so I'm sure he's cheering on his guy. But how much did you see Malachi Flynn in high school, Ronnie? Or
no, I didn't see him too much.
Was he not? Okay, he was a kind of under the radar kind of guy.
What's his background? Like, where did he go from?
He's
Washington?
from Bellarmine in Washington.
Bellarmine Prep in Washington. Not too much. I want to say I saw him somewhere, but I don't recall anything particular, like a game or an event that I saw him at.
Interesting. He's on the live stream now. He's got his family there. Lots of cheers for the first round draft pick.
Yeah, I'm happy for him.
He's
West Coast guys and
AP second team All American. That's a nice little accolade there.
Yeah, I mean he's a big time player. San Diego State's had big time players. He sneaks into the first round. It's very exciting. Like you said, can he guard, Devin? Can he at his size You see he can score, but can he guard who you said you are who you guard?
Yeah. No, that's always the question. I mean, here's the take here: disruptive defender, and he's guarding someone, help, good instincts off the help. Obviously, shot creating ability on the outside.
Toronto, they seem to be picking well in the last few years.
Yeah,
they get good guys that can fit. They do their homework. And he's winning a little lower than you originally thought, but I think that's a good fit for him, and it may work out.
Yeah, I mean, so you look at Toronto right there, post Kawhi Leonard, Kyle Lowry, probably kind of like our guy Jared Dudley in the twilight of his career, right? Not too many years left on that. They got Pascal Siakam, one of the bright young forwards in the league. So obviously, adding scoring punch to any team in the NBA right now is important, especially a guy who can not only take some pressure off Kyle Lowry as an offensive initiator, but a guy who can take pressure off Kyle Lowry in a sense where he doesn't have to be responsible for creating all the offense for everybody else.
Yeah, it's very very rewarding for these guys. It's just, I'm sure, very let that pressure out, like, man, I got picked, because now when you get a second round, you're not guaranteed. I think we got one more pick in this first round, right? And then let's talk about real quickly as we're getting ready to wrap up some of the guys still on the board who will, off air they'll likely get picked, or people will. Very interesting name, because I've seen a lot of his highlights that Ballislife produces. Jay Scrubb, the JUCO guy. That's not very often. The guy gets picked. Quintel Woods got picked, by Portland back in the days. There's been great JUCO players, but not straight from JUCO.
Sean Kemp, straight from JUCO?
He didn't play. He really didn't play.
Okay. Yeah, I watched a little bit of Jay Scrubb highlights. It's tough because, I'm not going to, we don't watch junior college basketball games very much, especially out of our state. So you see highlights and things like that. For me, if I'm an NBA GM, they obviously have much more access to tools to evaluate. That could be a sketchy pick, because who knows what the different level of competition would be from the JUCO level straight to the NBA.
Yeah. One guy I'm a little surprised at is our former guest, Elijah Hughes. Just looking at his ability to score and his overall ability and his age. Again, we go back to that upside thing, especially later in the first round or second round. Maybe they don't feel he has very much. Cassius Winston, same thing. How much upside is there?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Cassius Stanley, he's kind of improved his game. But where does he go from here? He's just kind of a leaper, scorer. Does he have a complete game? Does Cassius have a game that sticks in the NBA? We'll see. And the final pick of the first round is in. Boston is going to pick. Let's actually wait for this one to pop up on the screen instead of looking at Twitter. Yeah, it's funny how the NBA works now with these picks coming in. And the Boston Celtics pick my other sleeper, Desmond Bane from TCU. So my two sleepers from, I guess, mid-major-ish programs, but they're high major success programs. Both big-time scorers, and Desmond Bane, one of the best shooters in all of college basketball. I don't know his stats off the top of my head, but I know they're pretty eye-popping as far as his three-point shooting goes. Let me pull some up here. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Your two guys, Bane and Flynn, get picked, just like my guys, Stewart and Azubuike. We both had a couple guys that we maybe higher than other people on other people's boards. We just thought were very good. So Bane shot 44% from three on 208 attempts. Dang, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. And size-wise, he's 6'6", 215. That's a nice frame. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what he can do defensively. You look at his rebound stats, man. Six rebounds and 4 assists a game too. So that's an intriguing stat line, and it seems like he's worthy of a first round pick. And we're hoping that you guys all enjoyed the special draft version of the In the Paint show. We appreciate you tuning in and sticking with us for even if you tuned in for 2 minutes or you tuned in for 5 hours. We really appreciate the time you spent with us here today. We are going to bail out here though for the second round. You guys can enjoy
those final 30 picks on your own time. But Ronnie, you got anything else to add? I'm ready to shut this down and get something to eat, man.
Yeah, I think it was exciting and interesting how the first round went. I think the top 3 picks, I think we had our first, wow moment at number 4. Let's go over these picks.
Yeah, go
real
ahead.
quick. Obviously we know who's at the top. Then Patrick Williams of Florida State kind of surprised me. I'm not surprised by Okoro. Malo and Onyeka go 3-6. Killian Hayes, Obi Toppin. A lot of people seem to they have a lot of questions about Obi Toppin. So see what the Knicks, did they get a hit or did they get another dud?
Yeah, I mean, they've been done out lately. So I hope they got a hit here, but they've been done out lately. I think Jalen Smith is probably a name that not a lot of people recognize. Number 10 from went to Maryland, was a kind of a stretch 4 or 5 guy who could, I liken him a little bit to Miles Turner.
I saw him play. We did a Balls Life game of the week with Facebook with Jalen Smith involved. Mount St. Joseph of Baltimore. He's a player.
Yeah. I think he's in that Miles Turner mold. I like that comp a little bit. Tyrese Halliburton fell just a bit. Aaron Naismith was, in that original range that we thought he was going to be in. Isaiah Stewart, your guy with a big jump. Our boy, who I can't pronounce his name, from Serbia, into the top 20. Scroll down a little bit here. Sadiq Bey fell a little bit on my end. Zeke Naji a little bit higher than we expected. A lot of names, Ronnie, in here that some people, maybe the average, college basketball fan who kind of watches, highly ranked guys, won't really recognize.
Yeah. I mean, they're names that people, if you follow player rankings, the popular ones, if you follow our stories over the years and some of the games we film and some of the games we write about, these guys have been on mentioned quite a bit, but it was a lot of these guys have a lot to prove. I'll say that, even though they're first rounders, I see players that are, it's going to be very tough for them the next month. They got to really prove a lot. And obviously they got the blessings of guaranteed money, but it's going to be tough to see them before the new year. If you expect them to see them playing too much, don't expect too much. I just say, temper your expectations. They got a long road ahead of them, especially with camp.
Yep. And we really, again, we appreciate you guys hanging with us here tonight on our Ball is Life live draft party, even though it wasn't much of a party as far as, food and alcohol goes. We're just
no chicken wings,
no wings, no beer, none of that stuff. But make sure you guys check into ballislife.com to cop the latest gear. We just had a new gear drop, so make sure you get in there before it's all sold out. Our guy Andy Fomai coming through as always with the dope graphics and t-shirt designs. Make sure you check out our player profiles and also all the content from our video. Our guy Audit Kasoyan always putting out some great mixtapes. And now we're getting some historical stuff too, Ronnie, in the mix. So Ronnie and I will have draft content, post draft coverage for the rest of this week and then into next week. So again, we appreciate you guys tuning into this Ball is Life live draft party. But Ronnie and Devin are going to sign off until the next episode of the In the Paint Show.